Well, please don't forget that.
Can I just make a comment?
Yes, please, Debbie.
On Saturday, the lovely Natalia, who's standing at the side of me, and I came on a fabulous course with Hannah, and I'm wearing the necklace, one of the necklaces
I made.
look
at this. This is so
lovely. Which is the Perspex course. It is the most fabulous course. We thoroughly enjoyed it.
Look at that, isn't it beautiful?
And this is one of two or three things I made. Really lovely course. It's something completely different, and we did have a good time, didn't we?
We had such a good time, but I made 3 pieces of jewellery as well. Amazing.
We all made it in these 2 or 3 pieces, and it was absolutely fabulous. It really
the other necklace that you made was absolutely beautiful as well.
Yeah, really nice. But do come along to the Perspex course. It really is a new thing. It's going to be such a big thing this year.
It's absolutely beautiful. No, it's lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Right, fantastic. So we've been able to bring you loads on today's show. It's been lovely working with Debbie again. It's been absolutely fantastic. You're back in on Saturday. I'm back in on Friday for the for the early show. Is it called the early show? Is that what it's called? Morning show. Thank you. Morning show. There we go. But if you will be inspired by a lot of the designs which Debbie has on that designer inspired show on Saturday. So do make sure that you watch that. Just very quickly, Sapphire. There are a few, and I hasten to add a few of these still available if you want to add this to your order. That is just,
isn't it gorgeous?
Amazing. It's so smooth as well, isn't it? It's so smooth and tactile. $21.95 for this multicolour sapphire. Honestly, I don't think I've ever bought you such big sapphire, such vivid sapphire, such shiny sapphire for such an incredible price. $21.95 for that. Debbie, you've been amazing today. Thank you. You've been loads of fun. Thank you very much to everyone who's got involved today. Thank you very much to all of your Wall of Fame entries as well. I'm back on Friday. Debbie's back on Saturday. Don't go away though, because we've now got our designer-inspired show with the lovely Natalia Coleman. And who's presenting now? Becky, I'll get to meet Becky, yeah! Brilliant, so fantastic. Becky's going to be with you, Natalia's going to be with you. It's been wonderful to be with you today. Thank you very much, guys. Now, tune in for the designer-inspired show. I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. Doesn't matter, I'll see you in a bit. Take care, bye!
Many thanks for all of your support of our bike ride to Arusha. We got there quicker than we thought. In fact, we got back quicker than we thought. So now we're going to cycle all the way to the Sarite mines in Turkey. When we do go back to Redditch this time, this will definitely be the end of the cycle ride. Thank you for all of your support so far, and for every time you've donated, I'm going to put you into a draw, and at the end of that draw, we're going to offer one lucky winner the chance to own a beautiful Sarite ring.
It is easy to donate to the charity cycle ride. Donate now by calling the contact centre or by clicking the donate option on our website. And thank you.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at JewelleryMaker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just $15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed JewelleryMaker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
Welcome to Designer Inspiration. How's your afternoon going? Mine's going all right. Yeah, mine's not too bad actually. Especially because of the deals I have on for you today. When I'm saying luxury for less, I'm talking high amounts of luxury, including sapphire, emerald. In fact, 2 strands of sapphire I've got on today, haven't I? And when I say less, I don't mean just a couple of quid off. Luxury for less is coming up for you in my second hour. In my final hour, we have one-stop shop. And when I give you a little bit of a heads up as to what we have in there, you might have a guess as to who my wonderful guest designer is today. The final time you will ever see this kit. In my final hour, I have your final chance to purchase our silver clay starter set, our metal clay starter set. It's the last time, sorry, you'll ever, last. It's easy to get confused. So far, minute and a half in, it's going well. Yes, 4 whole hours you have with me today, and also the wonderful guest designer. Have you guessed yet? Metal clay? Of course, it's Natalia. Hello, Natalia.
Becky, it's been since last year, since we worked together.
Oh my goodness, it has.
First
You're
time
right.
in 2014.
Yes. Can you give us a little bit of sneaky clues as to what you're going to do for your first designer inspiration? We'll be going over to that in about 10-15 minutes.
My first designer inspiration, well, it's random. So it's, you know how random I am.
Yeah.
So it's perfectly, it suits my personality perfectly. So it's lots of beautiful gemstones. You know, I love to have a really wide variety and then wrapped around some wire to give it a little bit of extra shushpa.
Ah, shushpa. Ah, oui, oui, mademoiselle. So that is coming up for our first designer inspiration. And when Natalia says a mixture, boy, does she mean it. We've got, as your gemstones for this first designer inspiration, a beautiful scoop, which I will show you really, really shortly, with so many beautiful gemstones in there, a wonderful mixture. So if you've been thinking about getting your hands on a scoop, but you maybe think, I have no idea what to do with these, they're all different gemstones, they're all different shapes, sizes, no idea what to do. Don't worry, because Natalia is going to talk you through step by step exactly what you can create with these stunning pieces. In my second hour, it's luxury for less. Don't forget. Oh, and I've got opal. How did I forget opal? Opal in that time as well. It's my favourite. So beautiful. That's in luxury for less, as well as the sapphire and the emerald. Real goodies in that. Second hour, I have for you, wonderful Natalia is back with us. And Natalia, how would you describe your second designer inspiration piece?
It's very elegant. It's a little bit bridal, but I think it's more evening, you know, like going to a prom or a summer ball, something like that.
I can definitely see that. It's less random, isn't it?
Yes, less random, very uniform, very glamorous. And a little bit of asymmetric going on in there as well.
Beautiful. So 2 completely different designer inspirations today for you. Some are a bit out there and a bit random, and something very elegant and symmetrical. So there's absolutely everything that you could wish for today in our next 4 hours. Now, it's Natalia. And Natalia loves being put on the spot, don't you, Natalia?
I love it, yeah. In fact, if I'm not put on the spot every day, there's something wrong.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, good, because we're going to do a Q&A, if that's all right.
Okay, good.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
We are going to have a Natalia Q&A. So, if you have any questions relating to jewellery making, whether it's something you've seen Natalia do in the past, or if it's something you see her do today, perhaps you're just getting into jewellery making, you don't know where to start. Perhaps you're struggling with giving your pieces that professional finish, that little je ne sais quoi at the end. No problem. Message us in. JewelleryMaker.com, you can go on there. You'll see a little box next to the screen that says send a message to the studio. Type your message in there, don't forget your name, and we can get those questions answered. Alternatively, you can text us. 60777 is your text number, and I start your text with JM Studio. Ask us anything, even if you think it's a bit of a silly small question that you could probably search online. You could do that. But why not ask a professional and save yourself searching through all those websites that might not give you the answer you're actually looking for. Now, we haven't got any graphics currently on screen, hence all of my chattering. but the graphics will be up really soon. What I'm going to do is going to go through your bundle for you, and then as soon as the graphics up, you can have the chance of owning it. Which one are we going to do first? The gemstone first. Oh, good. I'm glad the graphics aren't up now, because as I said, I've got a scoop in this, and you know what I get like with a scoop. I just can't help myself. Let's do the quartz first, shall we? So, you have in here 2 strands. One is your faceted rondelles, and another one is your faceted rounds. There's a huge difference in these. Of course, the size. My rounds are 6mm, and there's a massive 70 carats on this strand. And your faceted rondelles are 3 by 5mm, and there's 60 carats worth on here. So, if I can show you these as this, how much sparkle are you getting from those? Especially the rondelles. Now the rondelles themselves, it almost has the bicone facet to them, and then as they meet in the centre, you've got this zigzag-like effect. And with the 6mm rounds, these are faceted in it's almost got a double helix around it, which is then sliced into these rectangles. So as I turn the top ones, you'll be able to see the faceting to your eye will go, first of all, you'll notice the swirling. But can you see here, you've got the rectangle facet. As I turn it, it goes more diamond-like, then to a checkerboard effect, and then back to the swirl. Let's just be mystified by this for a little bit, shall we? And you can also see how perfectly clear this quartz is. Genuinely, seriously high quality of quartz. This is eye clear. So, you have these 2 beautiful strands in. Your rondelles and your faceted rounds. And then we have a deluxe scoop. So, the deluxe scoop is all of our beautiful high-end gemstones, but what you get is you'll get a real mix of them. Now, I can't guarantee exactly how many of one gemstone you get. I can't even guarantee exactly the sizes that you're going to get. What I can tell you is all the gemstones I show you now, you will at least have a fair few in yours. So don't worry, I'm not going to show you this now, which has plenty of apatite, it looks like, labradorite, beautiful rose quartz, fluorite's in there as well. So you know that I'm going to show you this. You're not then going to get an absolutely random, just clear quartz, say, or loads of agate in yours. You won't. What I show you now, you will get the gemstones that I'm showing you. It might just be in different sizes and quantities. So here is my scoop played out for you. There is so much in here. Have a look at this citrine. This citrine has got a real yellow pop. I wonder if I show you against my hand, you'll see a little bit better. See that beautiful yellow honey pop at the bottom? There is in this 310 carats in this scoop in total. Look at this fluorite. Can you see in this fluorite you have that beautiful purple banding that then melts to the clarified section, but then unusually in this one you've got almost a hue of blue in the second area of banding. Let me show you this labradorite. Labradorite, I would say, is one of those gemstones that you can see the quality just by eye. Can you see that shiller there? Oh, I've just dropped it now. Let me show you. You see the shine of blue just running across the surface on this. As well as that, you've got, oh wow. Oh wow, look at this. True burnt umber tones in here. You have got some clear quartz, you have got some, as I said, apatite. You've also got some prehnite in here, it looks like, with this beautiful pops of, this is really limey green, this tone, really stunning. So these are all the goodies you're going to get, and you've got absolutely plenty. Honestly, it's a true wealth. It's one of those that once you get the tube, you'll pop it all in together. You won't be able to get them back in if you don't use any. If you just scoop them out to look at, it's impossible to squeeze them back in. My graphics are here. This is your designer inspiration girl's best friend gemstones. So you're getting this entire scoop with 310 carats in total. 60 carats worth of your clear quartz in the faceted, and 70 carats, sorry, I think, 70? Yeah, 70 carats of your round, and those are your 6mm. This is your web price currently, £21.85. That is a price comparison directly from ourselves. So if you went on our website currently and went to buy this beautiful scoop and the 2 strands, that's how much it would be. Your price today, however, is just £17.95 for a wealth of carats. You've got way over 400 carats in this in total, but you've also got the symmetry of these beautiful quartz, and then you've got this wonderful scoop selection. The scoop selection tones themselves, you can see you've got sea blues, pops of your lilacs, pops of your beautiful lime colours as well. That Labradorite, you've got some grey Labradorite in here, which is really popular at the moment, massively popular at the moment. All of those goodies should have been over £21, but you're paying just £17.95 today. Now, what we're doing with this one is we're bringing you the gemstones first so you can get your hands on the essentials, the gemstones, and then later on I'm going to bring you a whopping 210 metres worth of your wonderful wire. So right now, get your gemstones so that you know you've got those. If you've got plenty of wire at home, you might not need to get extra, but you'll need these gemstones to create the looks we're going to be working with today. Hello.
Hello, lovely.
How are you, my love?
Good, thank you.
Now, you put this together, didn't you, this kit?
I did, yeah.
So why?
What inspired me? Well, it's the hope of springtime colours. Because we've got to look ahead, haven't we, Becky?
So
you know, it's not going to be winter for long.
No.
And we've got to start making our beautiful springtime jewellery.
Gorgeous.
The other thing is wire's so big, isn't it? And I know a lot of people have commented on the fact there's a lot of wire shows lately. I'm not a wire worker. You'll know that, you know, Becky introduced me as being somebody who works with metal clay, and that was my medium that I went into first, and then it was the gemstones. I've become acquainted with wire. Me and wire have become, you know, kind of
fond friends.
Well, I wouldn't say fond
Pals.
friends. I would say acquaintances.
Acquaintances.
Yes. And I'm sure there's people out there as well who there's something about my brain isn't wired for wire.
Yeah, I see.
And mine's more for things that squash and, you know, clay-like things. But I wanted to show how you can do simple things with the wire, because we have so many beautiful gauges of it at the moment, different colours.
So true.
And incorporating the beautiful gemstones. And one of the other things I know, I often look at the Facebook page and see what are people asking about. I'm often asking about, you know, these scoops, they're all different sizes and shades and things, and what do you do with them? So this is what we do, be creative.
Be creative.
Yes.
And you've had a little look at these beautiful pieces we're going to be taking a look today. This necklace, as you said, it is random in its appearance, but it's not higgledy-pickledy, is it?
No, it's not. It's symmetrical. It's got this, all of the colours that are in this little scoop, they're all in harmony with one another, so they all work great together, and this is what I wanted to show.
They do work perfectly together, don't they? And you've got this stunning bracelet, which I am absolutely in awe with, and I cannot wait to get myself back to Chester tonight, because this is exactly what I'm going to be whipping up. This beautiful bracelet. You're going to be showing us a little bit how you whipped that up as well, aren't you?
I will be showing you how I whipped that.
So, whereabouts are we going to start, Natalia?
Well, shall we start with the necklace first?
Beautiful.
Let's get going with that.
Okie dokes.
And then we can continue from there, can't we? We can create the set, do the bracelet after that. I didn't know you lived in Chester.
I do, yeah.
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah,
That's very
it's
nice.
nice.
It's a beautiful part of the world.
It's
Did you know
beautiful.
that tourists, American tourists to England voted that the best city to visit?
No, they did not.
They did, yes.
Well, I will definitely agree with
Yeah,
that.
you need to appreciate it. All the Roman history and everything. It's lovely, isn't it?
It's really nice.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm starting with a piece of wire. So we've got some this is a 1.5 wire. I didn't realise it was 1.5. I thought it was 1.25, but it's 1.5. And this is really strong wire. Like it's really, really tough. And what I found is that this is getting top tips from people like Gemma Crow and Laura Binding. Is I used to use my nylon pliers to straighten the wire out, and they said, oh no, what you need to do is just use your fingers. And I was going, what? And it's actually easier with this thicker wire to use your fingers. Yeah, my hands are a bit sweaty because the studio's a bit warm today.
It is warm today, isn't it?
So they're not kind of keying on here. Usually when we say that, somebody turns the aircon on.
I know, and then it's freezing, isn't
gentle,
it?
It's like a gentle, yes, that's right. Yeah, last time I had my coat on by the end of the show, didn't I?
Scarf hat, look like an invisible woman.
Yeah.
We've got the wire coming up for you in a little bit, so do not be alarmed, we have got it coming up for you.
I've got it coming up. And it's great to see this in, because I love this. I love all these different gauges because you can do so much with them, can't you? So straighten your wire out. Mine's not looking brilliant, but my hands are a little bit sweaty. Oh, I can hear the aircon coming.
Yeah. The hint worked well. Thanks, producer Kirsty.
Not very subtle though.
No, not so.
But that's me. And so what I've done is I've cut off a piece of wire that's slightly longer than 18 inches.
Okay.
And slightly longer because we're going to do a little curl at the ends to finish the piece off, otherwise it'll be sticking in your neck, and we don't want to be uncomfortable, do we? And so then what I want to do is to just bend the wire slightly so it's a little bit elongated. We don't want it in that torque necklace style yet because it's hard to work with if we do that. And then, because this wire is so thick, I want to create a little groove in the wire so that the other wire that we're going to use on top of that can sit in, and we can also use it as a gauge to see where we need to stop with the wire.
Wow, really
so using my cutters, I'm going to go in about a couple of inches like that and just turn my cutters around. You don't want to cut the wire off, you just want to create, can you see you can create a little groove in the wire there like that.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's a lot more easy to see, and you can feel it with your finger. But when you're using your next bit of wire, it will sit in there a little bit easier.
That's a really good tip.
It's something I thought of as I was wrestling with the wire. I was thinking there must be a better way.
And you came up with it.
I came up with it, yes. So I ought to put that on the Facebook page, didn't I? I was asking for tips.
Oh yeah.
And when we're emailed and they say, come up with some tips, and I think, I haven't got any, I don't know anything.
Well, you have.
And then whilst I'm working, I think of things.
So groove with the thicker wire.
Groove with the thicker wire. I would attempt to do that because I have no sense of rhythm. But anyway, that was really nice. Okay, and then the next thing I've done is I've taken about 3/4 of a metre of, this is 0.25 wire. And in the early days, I used to really wrestle with wire, and I was determined to master wire in some shape or form. And I used to think, what on earth can I do with 0.25? Because I used to get it sent in kits occasionally. And but 0.25 is really great for it. It's strong enough to hold gemstones onto a piece of thicker wire. So that's what you use it for.
I love 2.5. I've got to admit, it's really great for binding things
Isn't
together,
it?
isn't it?
And then if you want to go and become a wire artisan like the likes of all the wonderful guest designers we've got, you can do your weaving and you can do all your kind of wonderful things with it. But today we're using it in a really simple fashion. We're doing it Natalia style.
Natalia style.
Yeah. So taking my end of my 0.25 wire, I'm just going to sit it into the groove. So I'm leaving about 3 or 4 inches spare there. It makes it easier if you do that. And just wrapping it around. And what you'll find is, by doing that, it just stays, almost snags itself onto the groove.
Yeah, I can see that.
And we don't worry about this bit, we're going to trim that off at the end. So this is the bit we're going to start to thread our gemstones onto. So this is going to be the front-facing part of your necklace. Decide how you want that.
I see.
And then we're going to start threading gemstones on. Now, if you want to bring the original necklace over, Becky, I can just show what I've done here. And what I've done is, if I clear a space for you, I've done mine in a kind of symmetrical fashion. So I've got one aquamarine colour, and then I think they're citrines, or I'm not sure what the gemstones are, but the kind of warmer colours, and then the blues. That's how I've done it. You can do whatever you want to, but I just found in the scoop that those were the smallest stones. And what I didn't want on this necklace was to have the big stones sitting against the neck. I wanted those on the kind of detail part of the necklace. So I'm going to start with one of my little aquamarine colours and just thread that onto your 0.25 wire and take that all the way down. You have to be careful with this wire because it does knot up quite easily, so you just have to take care with it. And then what you do is take your gemstone, butt it right up to the wire that's been wrapped around your larger piece of wire. Hold on to it with your right hand or your left hand, depending on whether you're right or left-handed, and then just start to wrap the wire around 3 or 4 times just to secure the gemstone in place like that. So you're doing it quite tightly, and then you're going to take your gemstone up so it just sits on the front of your wire like that. So you need to keep your wire taut so that the gemstone doesn't come loose, and then you follow that pattern all the way along. So here I am using one of my, I believe is a citrine. So I have to be careful not to poke you in the eye with this long piece of wire.
No, don't worry about it. I'm hardened to wire poke at eye.
I bet you are. It's a kind of hazards of your job, isn't it? Standing next to
has to be risk assessed
like Rachel
and
Norris
everything.
and Alison Howe with their long pieces of wire. So that is simply what you do, and just follow that all the way along. I'm going to put another couple on, and then I can show you how to neaten it all up as you go.
Okay.
And also what to do if anything comes awry. I might just move that out of the way.
Yeah, I can pop this up here for you.
Wire just gets tangled with wire. So one thing, when I'm working with silver clay, metal clay, I have a lot of tools around me. I have lots of things out because I'm using a really small surface area, and the problem with wire is you need extension with your arms.
Yeah.
And if there's other bits of wire around, they tend to get tangled up in one another.
They almost attract to each other, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's interesting, isn't it? Okay, so then what I've done is I've got to the end. I've put 3 of those gemstones on. Now, if you wanted to, what you can do is you can go back with this piece of wire, wrap it around the gemstone like that, and then at the side of it, wrap it again around the base wire, wrap it around the gemstone. And what I found that does is it just keeps them all secure, and because the wire is so fine, you won't actually see those wrappings. So this is quite time consuming. That is the only thing about it. But
still though, I could imagine that you could do the whole thing in the whole neck talk section in, what, half an hour?
Well, if you want it really neat, take your time.
Yeah.
Just don't dash it off because you want it to be really secure. But it's quite therapeutic. You get into kind of a little rhythm with it. And when if you've done that and you've gone back on yourself, you can just take your wire back again like that. And the more times you do this, the better actually, because it just makes those stronger and keeps in place. When you get to the end of the wire, to start off again, just wrap it around a couple of times really tightly. Trim it off right at the base, and then take another piece of wire and start off again and wrap and wrap. So if you run out, don't try and attempt to do it with a 4 metre piece of wire, because you're just going to get in a big muddle.
You'll get confused.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. I'll just trim that off, and then what I want to show you is how to do the little middle section. So those pieces that are cascading downwards in that kind of waterfall effect.
They're very beautiful.
That Y shape is a really attractive shape, and it's very, very now.
Yes.
So you'll see a lot of pieces like that in the shops. So I've got some 0.6 wire here. I need some of this for my other piece. I'm just going to cut a bit off. Alright, so taking my 0.6 wire, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece that's about 1/2 metre long. So you need a substantial length, but you're not going to be able to do the whole thing in one fell swoop, so you are going to need to do it in a couple of pieces. Yeah. So what you do is take one of your gemstones, and again I've done these in a kind of patterns, colours and sizes. So I've started with quite a large stone, and in this particular one you've got these beautiful rose quartz in this lovely oval shape, this puffy oval, and they're lovely for being on the end. And they've got quite big drill holes. Some of them you'll find aren't big enough. They're not big enough to go through your gems. So what I've done here is I've just threaded one of my larger gemstones onto this piece of wire that I cut. So it's right in the middle like that. And then I'm going to take the top of my wire and just turn it over my gem like that. And then just holding the gemstone tightly, I'm just going to twist it. So I'm twisting it 3 or 4 times. So I want to have a little bit of length from the top of my drill hole to the top of the wire twist, just to give it the dimension. This is going to be the one that's longer, so this is hanging down, so this one needs to be a little bit longer. So what would you say? We're really rubbish on measurements, me and you, aren't we?
Yeah.
Is that a 2 inches, something like that?
I'd say that's 2 centimetres.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay. So 1 inch.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go along with your measurements.
Well, we can do it on here, can't we? We can check on here, look.
Oh, yes, we could, yes. Look. Yes, it's about an inch and a bit, isn't it? So you're a very, very good assistant, aren't you?
Well,
reminding
thank
me
you.
about such things. Okay. That wasn't producer Kirsty in the gallery telling you that.
No, it wasn't, no. Did it all by myself.
Oh, that's good. Okay, and then what I've done is I've threaded one of the aquamarine coloured stones onto there, so slightly smaller than that one, just to give it a nice balance.
Yeah.
And so I've popped that on, and I've left about an inch in between. So again, I'm going to keep that in place and turn my wire over, and then just twist a few turns. And using the 0.6 wire means that it gives it the strength that we need, because when we're twisting wire, if I use the 0.25 wire, it would just snap. So it would, you know, it's just no good for doing this kind of thing. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then finally, let's have one of those. That one, I think. To add a little bit of warmth in there. And I'm putting this on the right hand wire. Let's choose one that's got a drill hole that's big enough for it to go on. Some of these don't, so it's not the end of the world if they don't. Let's find one that does.
You've got plenty to choose from, I suppose, haven't you?
You have, and if not, I haven't got a reamer here, but if not, you can just get your reamer in there and just make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Let's do that one. I know that's going to fit. Okay. So once you've done that, again, leaving about an inch, you're going to take your wire back, and then you're going to twist it like that. Oops, that one's...
So you can use the 0.6 easily for this twisting technique?
Yeah, you can, definitely. It's really easy to use. And then I would thread all of your beads onto your collar, part of your necklace first, before you do this. But just for the purposes of demonstration, I'm going to show you this.
Okay.
So you've got your little twists and your little beads in place. And then what you're going to do is you've got your 2 wires there. You're going to take that and take one wire and take it one way around the collar, so wrapping 1, 2, 3, and then take your other wire and wrap it around the collar 3 times, and keeping those tightly together.
Yeah.
And if you haven't got them tightly together, it's not a problem, because you can just get some pliers and just put them up to one another. Oops. My gemstones out of the way like that. There we go. Just keep it really neat. And then you can position your gems however you want them to go to sit on your necklace. So you could have them where they're all kind of blowing inwards, or that, you know, minor cascading. Yeah, so that's what you do.
And then, oh sorry, go on.
Sorry, what were we going to ask?
No, and then so you can do these at any position that you want on the actual neckline.
Yeah, what I've done is I've gone along 2 beads along the collar in, and then I've wrapped one of those little twists onto it.
Beautiful. And then to finish this off, you've really simply looped at the back.
I've looped it at the back, yeah. So just taken some, make sure it's all straight and even, and that you've got the curve that you want for it. And one of the best ways to do that is to use a jewellery bust. If you have a jewellery bust, it's great. use a person. You know, you could do that at home. I've just brought Gemma in. Gemma, our studio mannequin. I don't know if you've met her.
No, I haven't.
She's usually kind of
hidden
having
away,
40 winks
isn't
down
she?
the back. Yeah, she is.
Beautiful.
But this is one of these is really great, and they're not terribly expensive. You can go on the internet, you can find them really easily, and you know, shop retail displays.
Yes, I know.
So all you do is you form it onto your mannequin like that, and then you can get the exact position, and it kind of bends how you want it to. So having done that, then take your pliers, round nose pliers, and you want to place your end of your wire right onto the fattest part of your pliers, the widest part there, just so that the wire is at the top in between your two pliers, and then turn it, reposition your pliers and then turn again. So you're going to do a full loop, and then you put this back on my mannequin. So you don't want that hanging out, you can turn that as well so that it's sitting, and it sits really comfortably when you do that. It just kind of follows the curve of the back of the neck.
Oh, that's a really good tip.
Like this. And you can do a really big twirl if you want to. You can have a big spiral if you want. So I just kept mine very simple.
Oh, it's a beautiful piece. It's really lovely. We are going to move on to the bracelet in a moment, aren't we?
Yeah.
Beforehand, I just want to reiterate exactly what we're getting in our first kit, and then I'll bring the second section to you as well. So you have your deluxe gem scoop, 310 carats in total. You've also got 2 strands of your quartz, 70 carats on the twisted faceted rounds, 6mm, and 60 carats on your clear quartz rondelles, which are 5 by 3mm. Now these quartz you'll see us using in a little bit. We've really gone for it with the scoop on this one, haven't we?
We have. It's just to
there's
show
so
the
much in there.
versatility of the scoop.
Definitely.
It goes for miles as well.
So this together should have been almost £22. If you were to get it off our website separately now, that's how much it would be. But DJGC98 is your code to get this at a discounted price. It's not nearly £22, it's under 18 at just £17.95. I've also got the final bundle for you for this section. 3 lengths of your silver coloured wire. Now, you know that we don't have any 0.4 in at this moment in time. It is on order. It should be with us in a few weeks, but we don't have it right now. So in here, you've got 10 meters of your 1.5 in the silver, 100 meters of your 0.2, and 100 meters of your 0.6. Now, the wonderful Natalia has just shown us the tiara technique using 0.6, which is unusual because a lot of the time you would think you can only do it with 0.4, but you've just gone to prove that you can do it, that technique with this, with the 0.6. So that's wonderful that we're able to create something that a lot of the time it's something that a lot of people would use the 0.4 for, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I love about the 0.6 is because it's quite soft still, but it's got a kind of strength. So if you're going to have it on a necklace like that, you do need a bit of strength with it.
Yes, you do. So this is absolutely perfect for this. So we use the 0.6 for that tiara technique. We use the 0.25 to attach onto the neckline, the beautiful warm and cool tones along the top. And we've used the 1.5 to do the actual neck section of this, haven't we? So we've used all 3 of these wonderful gauges in this beautiful piece so far. Should we take a look at your web price for this? £39.85. Would you like a £10 saving on this today? Would you?
Oh yes, definitely.
Would you like a £15?
Even better.
Let's do a bit better than that, shall we? It's not £39.85 today. That's how much it would be if you were to buy all these separately right now from us. Today you've got it for just £21.98. That is a saving of £17.90.
That is a shocker. That is a shocker to me because I just remember buying wire. Do you remember probably about 2 years ago we were out of wire, didn't have much because I think Rachel Norris had just joined us and we were sold out completely.
Yeah.
And I paid that for some wire and it was terrible. It was really hard and really hard to use. I'll never do it again. I'll always buy my wire here.
And now you can get it for £17.80 saving. Think what would you do with £17.80?
Oh my goodness. Well, there's a pair of shoes I've got my eye on
Pair
at
of
the
shoes.
moment. Yeah, I'll probably
Ooh.
need some more tools actually. I need some more pliers.
More
You're never going to
tools.
have enough pliers, can you?
Never going to have enough, are you?
No.
The 0.6 by itself is £19.95 on our website, which is a cracking price, isn't it? But we're discounting that today.
And that is enormous, that reel. Let me tell you, that will go. It'll go for forever.
It'll go for around 100 metres.
Yeah.
That's how far it'll go.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Mad, isn't it? If you're thinking, you've got. How many metres of the 0.6 have you used on this?
Oh goodness,
Did you use
about 2 metres at the most, I would say.
at the absolute max, about 2 metres. So you could essentially create 50 out of just that one reel. 210 metres in total, £17.90 saving. Now there is plenty of you on the phones. 0800 644 655. Website bidders, there is a lot of people online. Please check out as soon as you can, because that's the only way you're guaranteeing it. If right now you're clicking to say you want it, until you check out, it's not guaranteed to be yours. So please do click to check out. You can check out as many times throughout the day as you want. £2.95. You'll only pay it once until midnight tonight, no matter how many times you check out. So do check out just for that security, so that you know in a few days this wonderful £17.90 saving bundle will be winging its way to you. So we're heading across to do the beautiful bracelet now, aren't we? I just want to let you know, at this price, it's going to be a sellout. The amount of people we have on the phone lines right now, it will be a sellout. Please don't risk it and wait until the end of this hour to add this to your basket. Do it now, because they're flying out. We will be with you on the phone lines. It's only a short wait, we will be with you. So the bracelet we have,
Bracelet, yeah.
which I am so in love with. I'm so excited to give this a go at home tonight.
Well, you know, this is inspired by Gemma Crook. She's so brilliant. She comes up with all these really fab ideas about using all kinds of objects that you wouldn't think for jewellery.
Yeah.
And so she uses the plastic base that holds the piece of the reel of wire in place,
Yep.
so the 1.5
On the
wire.
10 mil.
Would you be able to pass me
10
our
metre.
sample one, please?
Of course I
Because
will.
I've been nicking them all for my
Clever.
samples. No,
Clever.
not to take home with me, for using my samples.
To using your samples.
Yeah, so it holds these smaller reels, the
10 metre.
Yes, that's right. So it holds those in place. So if you just detach it very carefully, because we don't want to mess it up, we need it as an integral part of our design. And Gemma obviously spotted this with her creative brain, immediately noticed that it's the right shape for a bangle and it's the right size and the right opening as well to just pop onto your wrist. And so then she made some amazing thing with it. So she's passed the creative spark on to me, and this is what I'm doing with this. So there's a bit of Laura Binding in here as well. Have you seen Laura Binding's Lucy cuff?
I've seen her.
Yeah. So she does this Lucy cuff, where
Yes,
she
I
creates
know.
her own cuff frame and then she wraps it
And then
round.
she wraps.
I can't do that, but I can do it with this one.
Well, that's brilliant. So
yeah.
this would be great for beginners then.
I tell you what, I always say, if there's anything you see me doing with wire and you like it, have to add that as a caveat here. So you could do it as well, because I always like to keep it really simple, because that's all I can do.
That's a good thing though, isn't it?
It is,
It's nice
yeah.
that people can watch, and no matter what level you're at, you can get involved.
I always want it to look nice though, so I don't want to ever bring you anything that's really nasty.
No, well you haven't today, thankfully.
Yes, I keep those ones at home.
Yeah.
Give them away to friends and family. No, I'm kidding. Okay, and so
One of your family sitting at home going, that's where that rubbish
my
Christmas
mum
present
going,
came
oh,
from.
I better put that necklace on. Natalia made me. Then she takes it off when I've gone. Okay, now the wonderful thing, I can see that Gemma's a genius. What would we do without her? The reason that she probably thought this was so good is, if you have a look at this what did I call it, like a little cover, it has this kind of lip on the end of it. If I do it like that, you can see.
Yeah.
And that's perfect for keeping our wire in place.
Fab.
So I'm using the 0.6 wire, and I'm going to keep it on the reel. That's top tip, especially if you've got a cat, because I cut mine off the reel the first time I did it. The cat was going wild, and I was.
It's a big mess, isn't it?
So yes, so it just makes it a lot easier for you. So again, leave a little length of wire because it's so much easier to work than just taking the right amount, and then you kind of make it hard for yourself. So leave yourself a good few inches, and then start by holding that in place with your left thumb, and then starting as close to the edge as you can. So I'm starting about a couple of centimetres in, like that. I'm going to work my way up to the lip, and then I'm going to come back on myself, and we will cover up this piece here so we won't see it, and it's holding it tightly in place, because what we want is for the end to be really secure. And then what I'm doing, Becky, is I'm wrapping really tightly.
You're putting a lot of tension.
I'm putting a lot of tension. I'm holding that really tensely, and I'm holding this one really tense with my hand, and I'm pushing it up to itself. Now, if you don't do that, you can get your pliers and try and do that. I find the pliers actually create gaps if you use your pliers. So the best way to do this, and you're going to hate me for saying it, is to use your nails. So you do end up, when you're using wire, unfortunately, not having great nails, but that's the kind of pay trade-off, payback. So you just keep wrapping like that. Now, once you have got to this point, this is where I would cut the wire off, because I don't want to have that sticking out the whole way along. So
that's your first tail, isn't it?
My first
You're still attached to the reel.
Yeah. And then, so just keep turning the reel. It's a bit like kumihimo and beading with kumihimo. You have to keep releasing the wire, and then just kind of slowly wrapping. And then any little imperfect areas where you've got a gap, or you see where the little tail of the wire, we can just see that. We'll use that area, we're going to cover that with gemstones. So this is the great thing about using the gemstones, and the great thing about doing this design, as it struck us when we were looking at this before the show, is we were getting all excited going. We could go home and just dig into our stash, and all those little beads that you've got left over, you can carry on doing lots of bracelet designs like this. So if you've got any reels of wire with this little plastic cover on, don't throw it out.
No.
And also the other top tip in crafting is, if anything looks like it might be useful in the future, don't throw it out, because it probably will be. Like rolls of sellotape, I've used those and turned them into cuffs.
Yeah.
And you know, the ones that you use for parcel tape, those are brilliant because they're really wide.
They're really wide, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm exactly the same with that. Anything, little bits of ribbon that's holding something together, those bits of elastic are so useful for things.
Little boxes.
Yeah. Little tiny boxes.
Oh, little boxes. If you stay tuned at the end of February, I'm going to show you what to do with little boxes, but I can say no more than that.
Oh. You have just dangled a carrot and then whipped it away, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
Go on, give us a little clue.
It's something to do with some kind of brightly coloured stuff that you would cover it with, but I can say no more than that.
Ooh, what size of box are we talking about?
Just little ones that you can make like little jewellery and presentation boxes.
What kind of material are we talking about?
Something that you might make handbags out.
She's like Fort Knox here, isn't she? I'm not going to say everything.
Normally I'm really terrible at keeping secrets. I'm actually surprising myself.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so you carry on doing that all the way around, and the longer time you take, the better, because you just need to keep that as neat as possible. All right.
This bundle's gone, just want to let you know.
Oh.
Sorry,
well,
I
no,
knew
that's
it would.
good, isn't it? Because then I know all of you out there, you've got it. And
all of you are going to be keeping this, aren't you? Because we've had so many people that were really keen to see the 0.6, we have got some separately, which is just the 0.6. Can't do it in a deal like we did in the bundle. We'll take a couple of pennies off, but we can't sell this as part of the kit anymore because we're running out of one of the other gauges. You only have a certain amount that you're given. So we've got your 0.6. I know a lot of you got that bundle because you wanted the 0.6. You've seen it used for this beautiful piece. You've also done it for the tiara technique, which I don't think that many of you maybe realised you could, but you can. Natalia's shown us exactly how to. So we're going to bring in the 0.6 separately now. 100 metres worth 0.6. This is your price. £19.95, as I said earlier. It's your current web price. We'll try and squeeze a few pennies off that for you. So your price today is not £19.95. It is just... This is for all the people who missed out on the bundle that want to get your hands on this. £15.95. We've squeezed off every last penny that we can. You've got £4 saving on this today. If you missed out on the bundle, do not worry, we've got this for you.
Okay, so I've got one that I've gone a bit further along with. It's got a bit more spacey because I've done it very fast, so it's not as neat as I would like it. And then we're going to introduce our 1.25 again, which is now becoming my best friend, this wire, along with 0.6.
0.25.
Yeah, I do. I have to say, it's brilliant, and it's so tough.
It really is so strong.
It's like a little worker. It's a little worker wire, this one. So I'm taking, again, about 3/4 metre to 1/2 metre of the wire, and you can keep introducing wire onto the cuff. It doesn't matter if you run out. So we're going to get started, and the way to get started is to first of all take one end of your wire, so you want it to be nice and flat and smooth, so just smooth it with your fingers, and then I'm going to take it, introduce it to this end of the bracelet, and I'm pushing it through underneath. You see, feeding it into the gap on the end, and then holding it in place. I'm just going to wrap it around a couple of times, so that is keeping that nice and strongly
in place. Yeah,
introduced onto your bracelet like that. And because this is so thin, it just automatically, seamlessly fades into the necklace, into the bracelet, because you've got these grooves.
Dog necklace. It's a necklace.
Dog necklace, yeah, with a very, very small.
Very small.
It'd have to be a whippet or something like that, wouldn't it? Okay, now
see the size of their neck.
Oh, they got thick necks. Oh, I don't know anything about dogs. I'm a cat person. I'm not a dog person.
You know, I'm a dog person.
Are you a dog person?
Got to admit, yeah.
Have you got a dog?
I have, yeah. Have you got a cat? Golden Retriever?
Yeah.
What cat have you got?
I love Golden Retrievers. I've got
the cat person.
I've got a black and white moggy.
Oh.
Yeah, she's beautiful. Anyway, so then what we can do is to start to thread the gemstones onto your wire. Now you've got, with the width of this, you've got enough width to put 2 gemstones or 3 really tiny ones. So you know you've got all these different sizes, and you were saying when you were introducing this, Becky, you know, the beautiful colourways that you've got in there.
Yeah.
And if you want to, you can be very, very precise and particular about colours and how you want them there, but I don't know, I can't be bothered with that with this. So it's just, I wanted it to be fun.
Fun and sparkly, and mixture of tones.
Throw them in, see what happens, shall we? Let's just be spontaneous.
Yeah, just go for it.
So I'm threading my first gemstone on there, and you can see I've got room for just one more that's the same size, so I'm going to throw another one on. And because this wire is so thin, you know those ones that we couldn't get the 0.6 through earlier on, they'll come in handy.
Use them perfectly now.
Absolutely. So your finest of, you know, gems of distinction will go on this wire. So I'm butting that first gemstone up to the top of the wire there, and then just holding it in place at the base, and then wrap it round. And the secret to keeping those nice and tightly in place is to do a couple of wraps like that. And then what we've got is we've got a little bit of a gap between those.
Yeah, I can see.
So then let's bring some different colour in, I think. And that one. And then another. Should we have a Labradorite just for a change? And there we go. So that is literally it. Wrapping that wire around again really tightly and taking the wire around so that you're in your next position, and you're just building up like that. I think we've got some peridot in here. Let's have a bit of green, and then I love the quartz and the rose quartz as well. It's absolutely delicious colours in this. And you don't notice them, you know, when they're all stacked and thickly compacted together, but when you actually spread them out on a board, you can really
burst,
see. They do.
The colours.
It's gorgeous. So there we go. And then when you get to the end of your wire, let me just show you very quickly how to finish. Yeah. So do a couple of tight wraps, and then take it back through one of your other wires like that. And then you can trim it off. And we were saying that it flexes, so it's because it's this plastic cuff, and now we've got the wire on it, and it gives it strength, so it's going to flex. So it literally fits any wrist.
It really does.
And it's
got that strength. So if you get it off the 10-meter reel and put it on and think, well, that's far too flimsy, you've got a heck of a lot of metal going over this. So honestly, that is really strong.
But it's not
much
heavy
more
either, is it?
No, not
It's
at all.
not weighing
And you'll
down.
see it does just fit perfectly. Everyone, there's still space at the back, but of course there is movement in there, no matter how small or large your wrist is. It's very comfortable as well. I said to you earlier on, to wear it's really comfy. It's not digging in, there's nothing, you know, snagging. It's really lovely to wear, isn't it?
The other thing, just to finally finish off, you know, you can still see, you can't really see them very clearly, but you can see the bits of plastic. You'll know that they're plastic. So you can leave them like that, it doesn't matter. Or what I would do is I would dip them in a little bit of jewel enamel, put some gleam on the end.
Good idea.
Just a little finishing touch on there.
Really good tip. Really to give it a little bit of something
just finesse,
extra.
and it stops the wire from coming off the end.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much for showing us those, Natalia. They're absolutely stunning pieces. I'll take this off now so they can actually have a look at it. So I just want to let you know that your 0.6 100 metres width is currently on screen. That was with the £4 saving today, £15.95. At the bottom of your screen is your gemstones. So don't forget, in here we have your deluxe scoop, which we've used plenty of in this, but realistically you haven't even touched it, have you?
No, I have so many left from the one that I used at home to make these.
Yeah.
Honestly, couldn't believe it.
You get a real wealth in these scoops. So as well as the scoop, you're getting the 2 strands, 6mm faceted rounds, and your 5x3 rondelles, both faceted, both stunning. These 2 together are at the bottom of your screen now, and they were just £17.95 to get your hands on both of these goodies today. Now the quartz itself, we're going to be using more in your second designer inspiration, aren't we?
Yes, we are definitely. They were just so beautiful to work with. I don't know what qualities that gemstone has, but it made me feel really calm and serene. Yes.
Ooh, well, that's a good thing about quartz then, isn't it?
Hopefully it's reflected in the jewellery.
So we'll be using that later on in our second designer inspiration. So get your hands on it right about now, because with this, with the gemstones here, you'll be able to create 2 totally different pieces. Beautiful. Now, we did a little Q&A, didn't we? We've had plenty of messages falling into us. We've not got time for all of them right now. However, we will look for time later on in our schedule in the next hour or so, but we'll answer a few for you now, okay? So here we go. This one is someone that says, hi Becky and Natalia, what gauge wire is used to wrap the plastic to begin the bangle? And that's from Andrea. Hello. It is the 0.6, isn't it?
0.6, yes. Definitely don't use the 1.5 because you'll need to have Arnold Schwarzenegger to help you do that.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Your 0.6 is absolutely perfect for this, and that's what's on screen at the moment for you. £15.95 discount price. So if you're running low, get your hands on this. How much about would you say you used for this?
Oh,
it's really hard to say,
maybe 3
isn't it?
metres.
Yeah?
Yeah.
About 3 metres to
Yeah.
do this. So even if you've got a 10 metre but you want to make a couple, treat yourself to 100 metres right about now just to help yourself out. Thank you very much for sending that in. Here's our next one. This is from Karen in County Down. No? County Durham. Close. This says, thank you Natalia for a stunning yet simple wire cuff design. I might even have to have a go myself.
Oh, thank you so much, Karen. That's wonderful. And you're in County Durham. I'm from County Durham, actually.
Are you?
So all the best creative people up in County Durham.
See? Yeah. It is a beautiful design, and it is one that anyone could have a go of.
Oh, definitely. And you know, even if you've got young kids, you know, it's sort of 10 upwards, give them that, and I bet they'd make you something really beautiful with it.
They would.
Yeah.
It's nice to have a little play with.
Yeah.
And as you say, it would fit any size, so it's great for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for sending that in, Karen. That's lovely. This one is from James in Greater London. Hi, James. Hope you're having a lovely afternoon. Hi Natalia, in the final hour, can you cover what gems you can and can't fire in silver clay when making rings. Thank you for sending that in, James.
Okay, yes. Well, I don't have a printed list, but I can. Hannah Roxbury has it, so I'll make sure we get that from the office at some point. But yeah, we can talk about that, and it has a lot to do with the hardness of the gemstone and literally the amount of heat that it can withstand over a period of time it needs to be fired.
I see. So what we'll do is we'll get that list for you, James. We'll put it on our Facebook page. If you go on Facebook, you just go on JewelleryMaker and you'll see our logo and it'll pop up. If you're not friends with us on there, that's where you can find it. So we'll have a little chat about that a little bit later on as well. Okay. Let's have a little look at a few others. This one is from Tara in Lincolnshire. Hi, Tara. Hi, I just tuned in. What is the plastic used for the bangle, please? Did you miss that bit? It was a very sneaky. Go on, Natalia.
Yeah, it was.
Where'd you get it from?
In this bundle, you get a cover, protective cover around the reel of the 1.5 wire. So you just literally slide it off and then start wrapping whatever you want around it. So we've used it for shrink plastic as well. Did you see the show where we did shrink plastic? We put alcohol inks on it. Yeah.
It's really clever.
I can't get enough of those little pieces of plastic.
They're so much fun, aren't they? So this is, if you've got a 10-metre reel, it's the little plastic band that comes as the protector around it. Flip it off and it's perfect for this. It adds strength with the metal. It's perfect to use. This one is from Anne in Yorkshire. She says, hi, I missed what the tip was to hide the plastic edge of the bracelet. And that's from Anne in Huddersfield. Oh, my parents, where you are, Anne?
And I'm from Huddersfield as well.
What? So where are you not from?
I know, I'm from everywhere. I'm like a gypsy now. I was born in County Durham. I live in Huddersfield now.
Oh,
that explains everything, doesn't it?
Explains it all.
Yeah.
Hickledy-pickledy. So, come on, where are we?
Jewel enamel dipping. So melt some jewel enamel, whatever colour you want to, and dip the little end of the plastic into it, and then wait till it's cooled down, and then you can add a bit of gleam on the end of it, just to make it metallic colours. To give it just that real professional finish there on the end of your design, where you can see this little bit of plastic. They are, of course, fine left like that, but just add that little nice touch.
So that's your tip for you, and thank you very much for messaging us that in. If you do have any questions for Natalia, we've run out of time for them right about now. However, we will have time later on to ask you some more of those questions. This is message in on jewellerymaker.com. Alternatively, text us. 60777 is your number. Start your text with JM Studio and that will wing its way to us, and we will try and get as many of your lovely questions answered as we possibly can. Don't worry if it's about this or something else, it's not a problem at all. What did you say then, Kirsty? Just want me to do this one? Okay. Kirsty's just mentioning to reiterate to you exactly what you're getting in this bundle quickly. You're getting your deluxe gem scoop. You add so many goodies in here. This deluxe gem scoop, you're going to be getting really high grade Labradorite. You've got some citrine tones, you've got prehnite in there, almost aquamarine, apatite tones running through. You've got rose quartz, you've got clear quartz, you've got a beautiful mix of everything. We cannot guarantee the size and shape of every single one of them, but in the scoop I had out earlier, in the scoop you had out earlier, they're all quite similar. They're very similar, and the one that I had that I made my original designs from, very, very similar. But also, isn't it wonderful the fact that no two scoops will be the same? So even if you're all making these bracelets and necklaces at home, nobody's is going to be the same as another's. No, which is wonderful. So, yeah. It means you can add a little bit of uniqueness to your pieces. And finally in this, you're getting the two types of quartz. You have your 6mm. This is your clear quartz in the twisted faceted rounds. 70 carats worth, 6mm. You can see the beautiful twist faceting. I adore twisted faceting. And you have your rondelles, which are 5.3mm, 60 carats worth. I've just got a selection of the gemstones out for you. Not at all accidentally. Amazing. I couldn't get the ends off that when I was at home, and you just did it like that. Ta-da! I just sort of threw it around a little bit. So these are your goodies that you're getting. It's only £17.95 for you. We're going to be using these quartz in the second project, which is really beautiful. It's got a complete different feel to this, so it's wonderful. You can buy this right now, treat yourselves to these gemstones, and you can use these for something random, higgledy-piggledy as you said earlier, and something very elegant as well.
Yeah.
Now, we did run out of the silver wire bundle. However, we've been very clever. We've put it together in gold, which we'll be working with later on, won't we?
Yeah.
We'll show you how to work with that later on. So it's the same gauge, you're getting the same wealth. Let's see if we can still do a great deal on that for you. That'll be coming up for you really soon. After this break, it's luxury for less. Get sapphire, get emerald, opal all the way after this short break.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker. JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. Our standard delivery is now only £2.95 per day, regardless of how many pieces of jewellery are added to your order. Delivery takes between 4 to 6 working days, and if you want your jewellery quicker, simply speak to our call centre about our premium delivery service. We all know you need the right tools for the job, so here at JewelleryMaker we have designed a kit to make sure you have all the essentials to join in with the fun. With round nose, flat nose and wire cutter pliers, as well as a reamer, tweezers and a bead scoop, you've got everything you need in one place for just £9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Welcome back to Designer Inspirations. My name is Becky and we are about to give the wonderful Natalia her challenge.
I can't wait. Really excited.
Are you?
Yeah.
Good. That's good. You sort of said it like, I can't wait.
Did I? Okay. I can't wait.
Oh, panto. I've got some luxury for less pieces for you today, Natalia. Some really beautiful pieces. Where would you like to start with this, Kirsty? Okay, I'll show you star buys. I've not got all of them at the moment. Thank you, Scott, my glamorous assistant. Wow. Wowzers.
Is that my challenge?
Sapphire. No, sorry, it's not. This is one of my star buys coming up in a little bit. 28 centimetre strand of sapphire. I cannot wait to bring this to you. Would you like to get your hands on a 28cm strand of sapphire for under £30? Would you?
I definitely would. And
especially when it's like this.
Yeah, and the lovely James was asking about gemstones you can set in silver clay, and that's one of them, sapphire.
You can.
Yeah.
I've not just got one set of sapphire for you today. Oh no. 2 sapphires. It's not that one, it's this one. 2 strands of sapphire for you in my luxury for less. Both of them guaranteed will be under £30 today for genuine sapphire. Each. I said each, Kirsty. Yeah, I said each. Each of them will be under £30. And I've got your so beautiful spinel. Now, the wonderful thing with this spinel is it's not often that we bring you a multicoloured strand on it. In fact, this has only been shown once before, and before that we couldn't find any with this mixture of colour. Yeah, we bring you sapphire in multicolours sometimes. Yeah, maybe even now and again we'll bring you a mixture of beautiful tones in, say, your quartz, but not often at all do you get a multicoloured strand of spinel until today. They're coming up for you. Let's head luxury for less. In our luxury for less section, we're going to bring you, wait for it, luxury strands for less money than you may well expect. We're going to be creating wonderful deals for you today. And Natalia, all of your challenge is from my luxury for less section. So where should we start? I'll start with the Labradorite strand, if that's okay with you. You've got a strand of Labradorite. Now this is your grey toned Labradorite. The wonderful thing with this Labradorite is it has the little internal glitter balls, which are spectacular. You can tell this is serious luxury because if we have a little look as I'm spinning it, let's check. There's shiller there, there's more. There's shiller on that one in the middle there, just flashed across. There's shiller on this one on the end. On that centre one, you've got almost this greeny gold shiller, but then you've got blue on the one on the outer skirts. These are your faceted ovals, and they are 12 by 8 mil. These are going to be part of Natalia's challenge. Labradorite is known for its shiller, its labradorescence. You only find it in Labradorite. Can't be recreated. This is something that Mother Nature does completely by herself, and it's how you get this beautiful dart of colour across each of these. Let's take a look at your price. £5.95. Our Labradorite just goes up and up in quality. It truly does, and the price, it seems, just stays the same. And at this one, it seems to have dropped to just £5.95. It's a really lengthy strand you're getting on here, with an absolute wealth of shiller to it. What I would say is if you're new to Jewellery Maker and you're looking at this and you see these little gold bursts, these little blue bursts, and you think, wow, that labradorescence looks beautiful. If you haven't bought Labradorite from us before, truly do get this home and take a look at it for yourself, because the lights that we have in the studio do not do it justice. That's for sure. When you get it home, you're going to get so many more pops of that blue, that golden tone running through it. It's almost magical to look at, this aurora borealis just shimmering across the surface. It's something really exceptional, and at an exceptional price, just £5.95 for you today. And if you're having a little look at that and thinking, I've no idea what to do with it, do not worry, Natalia is going to tell us in a moment. So, we've done really nicely for you today, to be honest, Natalia, because sometimes what we'll do is we'll find some strands that we like the look of, and sometimes me and Kirsty will pick them separately, and I say, oh, I like that one, and she'll pick another one, and then we'll get someone else to pick another, but they're just random. We've actually put some thought into this today.
Oh, good.
Honestly.
Good. Designed, is it?
Honestly, yep, with you in mind. So you've just had a Labradorite strand, and now I'm going to bring you Labradorite charms. These are your little charm drops. You can see that each of the drops are faceted. This is the high quality we're talking about. These gemstones, if they were to be on a strand, we would call the strand collector's choice because that's how high grade they are. You can see the schiller, so perfect. In just one piece here, you've got the gold and the blue schiller. That doesn't happen unless you've got the serious high quality Labradorite that you have right here. You'll see you've got on it the rose gold plated 925 sterling silver loop around with the little heart charm. That's then attached to your lobster claw clasp. Again, all rose gold plated 925 sterling silver. So you've got a double whammy of precious metals on this. You've got your 925 and you've got the 7 carats of your rose gold plating overlaid on top of that. So it truly is real luxury. You're getting 3 of these in total. I'm just going to show you the other pieces just quickly, just to prove to you that I've not just picked the nicest Labradorite. This is a separate piece. I'm just proving to you here the quality we're talking about. Again, these gorgeous blue tones. And then this is your final one. All absolutely stunning quality, this Labradorite, it truly is. So you've got what would essentially be a collector's choice Labradorite 3 times. You've got 3 925 heart charms, 3 925 lobster claw clasps, and the wire wrapping around. So this is sort of almost a quadruple whammy of luxury. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? £9.95 is all you pay. And just look, imagine wearing this on your wrist and just as it catches the light, shimmering this beautiful blue. Do you really like this, Natalia?
I love it. That's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? It's so different.
How would you describe them in 3 words? If you do well, the people at home will get a prize.
Okay. All right, no pressure.
Just to let you know, 3 words. I'm a bit of a stickler for over wordage.
Okay.
Stick to the 3.
One of my words has got a hyphen in it.
Okay, I can deal with that, yeah.
All
Go
right.
on.
So elegant, high-end, different.
You did it. And because Natalia did that for you, and because we've only got 37 left, we've taken £2 off. £7.95 for you. There's method to my madness. £7.95 for you. That's all you're going to be paying for this absolutely high-end, luxurious charms. 3 of them at just £7.95. And what I would say as well, charm bracelets are huge. They've been absolutely massive for years, and you all know sort of the high-end named ones, don't we? We all know them. Think about how much it costs to buy a charm from there. Double figures, always. Sometimes rocking up to triple figures if it's got a beautiful gemstone. And that's just for 1 charm. You've got 3 here for £7.95, and this is serious quality. Do get your hands on them. Just remind yourself the price that you would pay anywhere else for the high named charms. It won't be £7.95, will it? Let's be honest. Let's give you something a little bit extra. Now, I said we put some thought into this. So I've had a Labradorite strand, you've had Labradorite charms, and the Labradorite charms are encapsulated and highlighted with rose gold. I've now got more rose gold for you. Rose gold theme. Ooh. This is your rose gold coloured large twisted chain. 20mm links on this, and it is 38 centimetres. Now the code is missing a letter. Anna 24 is not your code. Ooh, it's a Z missing out. Z. Anna's. Oh, it's our Anna's birthday. She's turning 24. It's Anna's. A-N-A-Z. 24. That's the price. Rose gold finished copper chain. It's got a lot of strength to it, this, but you can use these for absolutely so many things. Don't just think of it as a chain. The amount you can do, if you work with polymer, you can pop those in there, and you can bake this as well, so you can encapsulate pieces, you can put photos in these, you can drop gemstones from them, and so much more, which Natalia will demonstrate effortlessly for us over the next, probably got about an hour and 40 minutes. Is that all right?
Yes, that's enough time for you to do something amazing with them. And do you know, you've really put some thought into this today, haven't
we? Honestly.
I love rose gold. How did you know?
This is how much we adore you.
Is
Can you
it?
just take this? I'm not being rude and not moving. I'm just not meant to move from this spot. They glue me to the floor in this hour. I'm not allowed to.
Oh, wow. Do you know what? The facets on these, spectacular.
Yeah. What do you think of the chain?
The chain's gorgeous. I love that. I love the texture on it. I think the whole thing just works so well, doesn't it?
What do you think of that chain for under £10?
I think that's amazing, because, you know, you can find chain, but it's kind of same old, isn't it? But it's really good quality. It's quite a weighty chain, that.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Let's do it for under £10 then, shall we? It's £5.95 for you today for that entire length of chain, 38 centimetres in total. As Natalia so eloquently put then, it is weighty, it's strong, it's durable, and it's multi-use for £5.95. That's all you're going to be paying. ANAZ 24. ANAZ 24. The code's been a little bit funny. Sometimes the gremlins get in. It's a Z that's missing. So type that in. I've had one person buy 3 lots of that chain. It doesn't surprise me, because you could link them together and make a really beautiful loop, or even a belt that you can, handbag chain, handbag chain. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Oh, it is a bit Chanel-y, isn't it? You're right, Kirsty. £5.95. That's all it is. Right, we're fully in our luxury for less. Where are we heading to, chicken? 2 Sapphire coming up for you really soon. Yes. I can't find it now. I thought it was. I got really excited then, because we're starting off with my favourite gemstone. My favourite gemstone is opal. The reason being, well, there's so many. I could write a book about why and how much I love opal. All right, it wouldn't be that long. Probably about 20 pages. Maybe a leaflet. I could write a pamphlet about how much I love opal. I just think the depth of colour, the colour play you get, the mixture and the variety that's out there is exceptional. It's something for me that's just mystifying. This is your fire opal, and you have 50 carats worth in this beautiful strand. Now, your fire opal, the body of colour range in this strand is really exceptional, isn't it? You're getting these deep, dark brown, almost coffee tones. Then you've got true yellow and zesty orange pops interlinked with this wonderful saffron and the beautiful clarity on some of these. Now, this is your fire opal, and it is the national gemstone of Mexico, because that's where it's often found. Your Mexican opal is a really... What did you just say then? Director Tom's just checked. Do you have something in common with this Mexican opal?
I do. My mother is Mexican. I'm sounding like I'm really strange, licorice
So,
all sort of mix.
You're from County Durham, you're from Huddersfield, and a bit Mexican.
A bit Mexican, yeah. Well, half of me is Mexican.
Which half?
The left-hand side.
Okay, cool. So, this is your Mexican opal. It's your Mexican fire opal. You're getting such a range in the body of colours in here. Now, in Mexico itself, we find it within, well, basically in a landscape that's shaped with these extinct volcanoes. And in those areas, you'll find them in cracks and crevices. Usually, you'll find them positioned in small inclusions and little almost winding landscape roads and passages. And some of these passages that you'll walk down can get up to 50 metres deep, and that's because people will walk through them and mine them in that way, as opposed to being an unusual cavernous like area. It's slightly different for these. And the thing is, you can imagine these beautiful extinct volcanoes and this really hot landscape, and I think the colour is mimicked perfectly with the fire tones within this opal. I want to point out to you as well, with the clearer ones, you've got perfect colour play in there. I wonder if you can catch it at home. A little bit, not as well as I can to my eye, but I'm getting golds around the outside, little pops of blue you can see actually. This beautiful, stunning colour play you're getting on some of the milkier toned opals. It's really wonderful, very majestic. Pops of pink I just got then as I move my hand as well. It's a beautiful gemstone strand. 55 carats worth you have of this. Now the only problem is I've got lower quantities than I would like. So I would strongly suggest that as soon as my price comes in, you get yourself on the phone lines. If you have never owned opal because perhaps you're a little bit worried, it's opal, it's high up there, it's a big name, isn't it? You don't need to be afraid anymore at this price. £19.95 for genuine opal. The body of colour is exceptional. It's a brand new strand to us this year, 2014. It's only been played once before. I strongly suggest you get this home, because the thing with this strand is you have that internal fluidity, let's say. Of course, opal, the internals of an opal, you're looking at around 20% of an opal can be water-based. And it's got this fluidity that I think is so eye-catching. It's one of those gemstones that every time you look at it, every time it catches the light in a different way, every time it's in iridescent light or you're outdoors or wherever you might be, it brings something different to your gemstone pieces. It's a gemstone that I fall in love with time and time again, and I know you do at home as well, because there's so many of you on the phone. Do stay where you are. We will be with you. £19.95 today. I'm going to have to move on from them because they are absolutely flying out. This is luxury for less, and this is a luxurious, lengthy strand. They're your garnet rondelles. Real richness of colour in these. Beautiful, deep claret tones. It's a 30 centimetre strand, which is a seriously lengthy strand. Say, a year or so ago, would you have found on this channel a 30 centimetre strand of garnet? I doubt it highly. More like 20, maybe even 18. But you've got 30 centimetres on here today. 75 carats in total. The wonderful thing with garnet is it's one of those gemstones that everyone will recognise. If you have this on your stall and you have a sign pointing to it saying this is garnet, even people who perhaps do not collect gemstones or who aren't makers or connoisseurs, even they will know the name garnet. It's something that's very prevalent at the moment, and has been for many years, I suppose. Almost like amethyst. It's one of those names that people recognise and people know. But of course, garnet, it's high up there. It's one of the main beautiful gemstones that's very attractive to people, especially with these beautiful tones with this lovely claret pop. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? I cannot believe that. Kirsty wouldn't let me look at the price earlier on. Right, so we have our pre-production meeting, and Kirsty wouldn't let me have a look at the price of this when we had our pre-production. I genuinely cannot believe that. But I don't understand why. You've got 30 centimetres. The richness in this tone, what I would say is if you're not perhaps getting as much of the colour at home, you might be, but I'm definitely thinking, imagine, yeah, it's definitely like, you know, I know what it's like. You know, you get your dessert red wines and they're a slightly plummier tone to them. It's that colour exactly that you're getting here. The rondelles themselves are graduated beautifully from 3x1 all the way to 4x6 mil. Hang on then, right, this, it's already on a temporary wire. Rock around it a beautiful toggle clasp. Director Tom just went, whoa, because he only just noticed the price, which, yes, that is quite worrying because I've said it a few times. But he's shocked at that. Imagine this with just a lobster claw clasp at the back. That's a bracelet. Let me do it at the end. There we go. So this is my bracelet with a toggle clasp. I'll allow for that. So that's one. That's a bracelet length there for me. So you could do that again and you'd have plenty left on there for perhaps a ring or perhaps a fair few pairs of earrings. No chance in heck would you be selling a genuine garnet bracelet, even just on a bit of beading thread, for £4.95. No way. And if you did think of doing that, I would strongly encourage you not to. Even if you're brand new to jewellery making, well, I'll give you a little tip, shall I? If you make a bracelet from this, bearing in mind you can make 2 bracelets and a bit from this one 30cm strand. If you wanted to sell your bracelet for, let's say, £10 for a friend, mate rates, you easily could with this. 30 centimetres, 2 bracelets and a bit more, £4.45. That is going to be a sellout, I am positive. How many did I have? Kirsty Miggy. I did have 73 of these. I've now got, how many? 14, 1-4. And I have people on the phone. I have people on the web checking out your baskets as I speak. If you don't check out your basket within the next minute and a half, pretty much guarantee you'll have missed out, so please check out your basket. This is what we mean when we do luxury for less. That is serious luxury, under £5. I couldn't buy half this strand length of plastic or even wooden beads, I don't think. Genuine garnet, £4.45, but I'm in single figures on it now, so please get your hands on it. I'm gonna have to move on. I've only got single figures. Stay exactly where you are. You will get some if you're on the phone. Okay. Oh, we're on this side here. You absolutely loved these last time I brought them for you. They went really quickly last time. I know we, did we have a sellout on these, Kirst? Yeah, last time. So this is my last 100 of these that I have in stock. They are 925. They're not, sorry. These are your silver plated earring posts and butterfly backs. I've only got 100 of these in stock at the moment. So they're silver plated. And these are your copper earring posts. 100 pairs in total you're getting in here. Now, you've got in here your butterfly backs, which just adds serious security to your pieces. And you also have your posts. So these posts, you've got the section that you'll recognise that goes through your ear, and you have your little ball points on the moment. And then you also have your little eye there where you can use any drops. You can do your wire work, your bead and thread creations, whatever it might be. 100 pairs you're getting here in total, and because you have the butterfly backs, it's serious strength and security. You don't have to worry that if you do a really bejeweled piece, like sometimes we have that problem with shepherd's hooks, don't we? If you do a really bejeweled piece, they can always rock forward and fall out of your ear. You don't have the problem with these because the butterfly back just locks them perfectly in place. SVGP77. I'm going to have to get your pricing because there's already people on the phone. Your price today is just £14.95 is your current web price. But because we're on our last 100, we're going to do a sneaky little extra offer. That already is a low price, £14.95. That's already low. But we're going to take a few extra sneaky pounds off because it's your last chance to buy now. £9.95 for 100. It's 10 pence a pair, isn't it? 10 pence a pair. Even if you got some of that garnet, have we sold out? Yeah, we sold out on the garnet, sorry. But if you have got that garnet, imagine just 3 dropping from this. That garnet probably worked out, I don't even know, per one, pence, couple of pence per one. You could essentially make a pair of earrings for, with genuine garnet, less than 50p. If you got this now. That's really exceptional, isn't it? You wouldn't be selling them for anywhere near that. Quadruple that, even more, well, way more than quadruple. Special offer for your last 100 that we have in stock. We don't know when we'll get them back in. It's your last 100. You've got the chance to own them now. Less than 10 pence per pair. Do you work with posts and butterfly backs, Natalia?
I do when I'm making silver clay pieces, yeah.
And why is that?
Well, sometimes when I'm creating a silver clay piece, I can make it so it's a stud rather than, you know, using beads, which you look better with a fishhook earring. And sometimes I embed them directly into the clay and file them in place. So I'll do that with sterling silver pieces.
Yeah.
And you often get fine silver earring studs as well.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just a much nicer shape sometimes, isn't it? It depends on your design.
But if you wanted to do a stud, then with these it's perfect, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
To create that look. Now, these are yours for just £9.95 today. That's all you're getting. I'm going to use those last 4 pieces for you, Scott. Squeeze them in as much as I could. £9.95. Are you ready for something exciting? It's my star buy. Sapphire. Yeah, I was just giving it a little whisper. I was like, Sapphire, come on, it's your turn. These are seriously sparkly, seductive sapphires. You saw how quickly the garnet went. And this is going to be an amazing deal. 60 carats worth of multi-coloured sapphire. Now, sapphire has been renowned with royalty for so many, many years. Even back with Edward VIII, he bought Mrs. Simpson a beautiful bracelet that was created perfectly for her. Now, she had a dress that was one of her favourite dresses, and it was designed and created by the renowned Van Cleef, and he created this beautiful long sleeve dress. Now, when Edward VIII gave her this beautiful sapphire bracelet, she actually had this stunning personalised Van Cleef dress altered by her personal tailor, because even though she had this absolutely stunning dress with long sleeves, she had it altered specifically so that people could see and so that she could show off her sapphire bracelet. That's how important it was for her. And now, of course, sapphire truly, truly has just gone up and up and up in popularity. It really has. In part, of course, in the 80s, it went up in popularity when Prince Charles gave a sapphire ring to Diana. And it's back now because in 2010, of course, the Prince gave Kate Middleton as an engagement ring her sapphire ring. So it has gone up and up in fashion, especially with Kate Middleton currently wearing that beautiful sapphire. It's one of those that she's a huge style icon right now, maybe even more than we've seen for many, many years as part of a royal family. She's really style icon at the moment, which means that a lot of people who are buying engagement rings are actually opting for sapphire over diamond. They're opting for these colourful sapphires. Pink sapphire, it's a wonderful alternative to your pink diamond, but you've still got the same tones in there. Now, okay, how many have I got in stock, my love? 60 carats worth here. These are your graduated faceted rondelles. 28 centimetres, okay. I think you're going to have to do a bit of a trust in me now then. 76, did you say? 70. Oh, exactly 70. Okay. This is the most royal gemstone, I would think, ever. It's renowned for it. Pretty much every single crown jewels throughout the whole world has a sizable amount of sapphire within it. Sapphire is something that for a lot of people is to be a goal, it's to be desired, it's something, let's be honest, to show off about a little bit. Yeah, I've just created something that's got sapphire. Look at my sapphire bracelet. It's an icon, and socially, it's something that kind of gets you noticed. It's something that is lusted for. It's something that people crave to have in their collection. And let's be honest, if someone shines at you a beautiful sapphire bracelet, your jaw drops a little bit, doesn't it? That it's sapphire, because it's got that name to it. Suffice to say, this is a gemstone that is adored not only by royalty, but by everyone. Now, do a little bit of a trust issue thing here with me now. 70 in total, that's all I have. Do trust in me now. Do you want to pay under £30 for this strand? If you are happy to pay £29.95 for this strand, get on the phone right now. That's my forewarn. I get you to trust me now and again. If you're happy to pay £29.95 for this, get yourself on the phone right now. I'll wait for you to dial before I bring the price in. 0800 644 655. Are you there? They're coming in. It's not £29.95. This strand of exceptional sapphire is just £19.95. I told you to trust in me. £19.95 for 28 centimetres of genuine sapphire. This is a deal and a half for you to get your hands on. Less than £20. Did you ever think as a jewellery maker you would have the opportunity to use this much sapphire in a piece? Did you ever think as a jewellery maker you could get this much of a selection of gemstone body of colour on one strand of sapphire? Did you ever expect you could own this much genuine sapphire for under £20? £19.95. There's loads of people on the phone. Kirsty told me that when I did my little trust get on the phone now, a load of you came on. I want to say thank you very much to you for trusting in me, and also I don't let you down, do I? I don't. £19.95 is an absolutely mind-boggling, sumptuous, delicious and delectable price, under £20. I started off with exactly 70. Right now I have under 50. But Kirsty's saying that they're going so fast she can't actually, she keeps refreshing it, it's going down, 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 down. I'm in my 40s on it now. £19.95 for your genuine sapphire. I'm going to have to leave this one with you because I'm less than 30 now. If you're on the phone right now, you're definitely going to get one. We've looked at the size of the queue and the amount we've got left. If you're on the phone, you'll definitely get one. If you're not on the phone right now, seriously, do it right now. Genuine sapphire, less than £20. Get on it right now. Check out your baskets, please. £19.95. It's amazing. It's amazing. Let's head back over to our luxury for less, shall we? I really want to take that home with me. I wonder if there'll be any less. Do you think there'll be any left? Because I really want that, seriously. Chris says she'll fight me for it. We'll see. Yes, let's do the amethyst briolettes. Now I did the Labradorite for you with the challenge we set Natalia. Wait for this. How's your challenge going, Natalia?
It's not. I'm just preparing for the next hour. I'm still, you know.
So it's non-existent.
Mulling it over in my mind.
Mulling.
Schiller.
Good. You're having a little mull. Well, I've got some very similar here, but as opposed to the Labradorite, it's a beautiful amethyst. Now, this amethyst is a really rich tone. If I the black's not doing it much. There we go. Now, you know that chocolate that you get that's dead nice? It's that wrapper colour, isn't it? Now, sometimes when we're looking at amethyst, well, we're constantly looking for the depth of colour. That's the standard. We're looking for saturation. However, another thing we look for, which we don't always get, sadly, is clarity. The clarity on these is truly exceptional. The fact that you're getting that deep body of colour, this really stereotypical amethyst, almost aubergine tone, with such strength and depth, but also you get this stunning clarity, is wonderful. It's your droplet charm. Again, it's all 925 rose gold plated. You've got your little hearts charm with your lobster claw clasp. 3 of these in total. Let's take a look at your web price. Current web price, but let's match the Labradorite, shall we? It's not £9.95, it's £7.95. We're squeezing out every single penny we possibly can for you. We've only got 54 of these in total right now, so please get your hands on them ASAP, because you saw how quickly the garnet went and how fast the sapphire has gone as well. So please treat yourself to these now. Just £7.95, £2 saving today. They're a wonderful charm. Compare them with other charms on the market. You are not only getting quality, you're getting a fantastic price of £7.95 today. We're going to have to move on for those because they're going really quickly. Should we do a bit of blue? Really pretty, this strand. This is your sky blue apatite. It's a really beautiful hue of blue to this. It's perfect sky blue, it is. Maybe don't think the sky outside right at this moment in time. Let's cast our mind back, shall we? Let's cast our mind back to 2013 and possibly that half a day in the middle of August when it was sunny.
Oh, we had a lot of sunshine though, didn't we?
Did we?
We did, yeah, we did.
I can't remember. I'm already switched on, waiting for summer to come this year.
Yeah, we had some wonderful days.
Hey, we must have done actually, because I had a couple of barbecues last year.
Yeah.
So you're getting that perfect sky blue, 40 carats worth in total, and these are your graduated faceted ovals. The graduation itself is quite dramatic. It goes from 4x3 all the way to 7x5mm. Let's take a look at your web price. It's £11.95, but we've not got that many of these in stock. I'm in double figures. So let's crash the price a little bit for you. We're going to take off everything we possibly can. Luxury for less. We're giving you the opportunity to get this strand for under £10 today. £9.95. It's a beautiful sky blue tone. It's absolutely stunning apatite, and it's under a tenner. You can't say fairer than that. £9.95 for you today. Beautifully faceted. So summery springtime. If you are getting to that point where the dark days and it's dark at night and then it's dark in the morning and then you go to work and it's dark, you don't see daylight at all, and you need a little bit of a spring in your step, then this is going to be the strand for you. It will remind you of things to come, hopefully. £9.95 for you today. Now, I did for you earlier the get your stash back with the butterfly backs and posts. I'm going to bring to you now, though, the butterfly backs, the butterfly posts and the butterfly backs. Wait, hang on. The earring posts and the butterfly backs. The earring backs and the butterfly posts. Oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Joe, it's just one of them days. These are £9.95, 10 pairs you're getting of these in total, and they are plated in 7 carat gold. So these are your posts, again with your little eye drop, and your little ball feature at the front. And then you have your butterfly backs, adding extra looks and security. Because of course, if you are working with 925, you're probably going to be pairing these with some serious high-grade gemstones, such as those sapphires, or even the sapphire I've got coming up for you in a little bit, with those beautiful drops. You're going to be working with high quality gemstones. The last thing you want is for your high grade, really beautiful high-end gemstones to fall out of your ear like they might in a shepherd's hook. You've got added security on top of luxury with this. 10 pairs in total. They're 14 mil, the posts themselves, and the butterfly backs are around 5 by 3 mil. Let's take a look at 10 pairs price. £9.95 for you today. It's a wonderful gold warmth colour. It's working out as £1 a pair for genuine £9.25 sterling silver with gold. Now, just remind yourself when you go maybe next time into your local high street shop, it doesn't have to be a jeweller's, even if it's just a place, you know, that does a little bit of jewellery on the side, department store, and remind yourself exactly how much a pair of sterling silver studs are. Tell you what, they're not £1 a piece, that's for sure. But when you shop with us, you get luxury for way less. Just £9.95, that's all you're paying for those today. Treat yourself whilst you can. Which one are we doing? Did you like my sapphire earlier? I've got some more coming up for a bit. But if you want high-end, high-grade jewellery at a wonderful price, watch this style buy. This strand was kind of accidentally, this gemstone, placed within the crown jewels, and the piece in the crown jewels is referred to as the Kuwait ruby. And when you look at this strand, you can see exactly how that mistake could be made, because you've got some ruby red tones in here. Now, that Kuwait ruby that's in the crown jewels, of course it is a spinel, but it's a whopping size. 352 carats it is in the crown jewels. Now, it's something that for many, many years has definitely been confused for ruby for many, many reasons. First off, there was no distinction made about it actually being a different gemstone until the 19th century, which is really unusual. The 19th century, up until that point, it was just classed as a ruby. It was put in the same category as it. The thing with spinel is the thing we look for in a ruby, it's the same things we look for in a spinel. So you're looking for the same richness of colour, which let's have a look in here. You've got that, haven't you? You've definitely got that. You've got these richness of colour. You're looking for this beautiful shimmer off the top of the surface, which is this beautiful polish-like effect that we have. Now, ruby and spinel got confused so often because the amount of colour you get is the same. They have the same very desirable visible properties to them as well, as you can see perfectly in this strand. But also the actual chemical structure of them is so similar. In fact, if we have a look at these red ones here, can you see this beautiful ruby red one? Now that doesn't look that ruby red to you, or does it? This one here is perfect ruby red, it really is. Now, spinel and ruby also got confused, not only because of the structure itself, but because the presence of chromium is what gives them both the colour, which you don't find very often. So it's not surprising at all that when this was set into the crown jewels, no one actually realised the difference. The name itself is from the Latin word, which is spina, which means thorns, and that refers to the structure of these gemstones. So the way in which they grow almost up in these shard-like sections, almost giving them this rosebush thorn spiky effect. They go all in different directions, all with these sharp points, and they look very much like thorns on a rose bush. And actually I really like the idea of that with this strand in particular, because you've got almost these summer garden, English garden rose bed colours to them, haven't they? Look at these beautiful little pink roses, little bits of the red roses in there, really deep red. Got beautiful bluebell tones as well, haven't we? It's a very English garden strand. You're getting a lovely pop of these bright tones in here. It really is a very desirable strand. It's spinel, so it's something that's You know, it's absolutely renowned and completely loved. I've just seen a green spinel there. I don't think I've ever seen a green spinel in my life. How exciting. 40 carats width you have on this strand, and they are from around 6x4 all the way to 9x6. Regularly confused with ruby for so many reasons. It's as beautiful as the gemstone itself. It is your spinel. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? £29.95. This is brand new to us in the last couple of weeks. Have you ever seen a strand of multicoloured spinel from us? In 2013 you wouldn't have been able to get this. 2014 we've brought them in for you. It's lovely because we do it to our high-end gemstones, don't we? We do it with your likes of your Sapphire. And now we're doing it with this beautiful spinel. You can own a wealth of colour. And the great thing about having a mixture of tone is, say you're creating a piece, maybe you're working with that garnet that I had in earlier, and you want to keep that luxurious theme, but also the colour tone going through. And you maybe don't want to opt for your, I don't know, your deep quartzes or anything else. Well, you can keep the luxury going and the colour tone with this brand new strand of beautiful spinel for less than £30 as a star buy for you this afternoon. If you're going to be working with high grades such as this, you're going to be wanting to work with your high grade in metals as well, aren't you? So I'm going to give you the chance right about now to own 95 gold plated crimp beads. You've got 100 of these in total. Now, crimp beads are often something you might think of covering up if, for example, you have your crimp bead covers. However, if you've got those crimping tool, if you've got the large tool kit, you've got those in there, you don't need to cover these up because it keeps them perfectly cylindrical while still keeping your pieces in place. So you've got that real luxury. Even if you don't have that tool kit, if you work it really carefully, you can do it with flat nose pliers as well. 95 gold plated. You don't want to cover these beauties up. There's no need to at all. They're such high end, and for 100 pieces you're getting a really wonderful amount too. Let's take a look at your price on these. Wow, £5.95. Add these into your stash right now whilst you can. I've not got them all out here right now because it'll take me forever to put back. However, you do have absolutely plenty in there at £5.95, 100 in total. Let's go back to your gemstones. Look at all that gorgeous gold tone. I absolutely adore gold in these types of, in 925, gold for me just takes the biscuit. It's so stunning, the shine on it, it's something really beautiful. Where are we going, my love? Sorry. Oh, we're doing the charms. Let's do some charms for you. Let's get you some charms. So we've had the Labradorite, we've had the Amethyst. This is going to be no different at all when I say luxury. Wowzers. Smoky quartz, the deeper the smoke, the more luxurious. That's the way we often believe it to be. Wow, the clarity on these is absolutely second to none. The smokiness you get is high impact on this, but you also get the clarity. I'll show you this on the white background if that's all right. Sorry, Kaz, for moving my hand. Serious smoke, serious clarity. Let's take a look at your price. £11.45 is your current web price. But we're not going to stay at that. You're getting 3 of these with your rose gold, 925. We're going to take it down. Let's do a price match. £7.95. We're doing a price match with your Labradorite and your beautiful Amethyst for you today. It's rose gold. You've got the delicate heart detail on these. It's such a perfect purchase. And it's a perfect price, £7.95. I've got for you now. Imagine using these actually, all 3 sets, on a little chain.
Oh yes, wouldn't that be amazing?
So nice. That'd be really luxurious,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? £7.95 for you. Now, so excited. We had that sapphire strand earlier, didn't we? I've got another one for you now in my style buy. Now, when we're looking for gemstones, a lot of the time what we'll say is you want clarity. You want something that's called eye clear. So basically, when you look through it to your human eye, it looks clear. That's basically what eye clear means, very basically. With sapphire, it's a little bit unusual, it's a little bit different. Yeah, perfectly clear sapphire is a beautiful thing, but think more along the lines of your emerald and your ruby. The highest, most expensive grade of sapphire often has within it this silk-like texture. And those sapphires, almost 99% of the time, are higher in price than the perfectly clear or the overly smoked. In here, you have the most desirable internal silk-like effect. 55 carats on this stunning strand. Isn't that beautiful? Now, the high silk, fine silk amount, you can see perfectly on this slide actually, the high silk amount, it not only does it intensify the colour, which you can see perfectly on this strand. This is an intensely coloured strand, especially for sapphire, isn't it? But not only does it increase that, but it does also increase the value. If you think of your most high grade, your most luxurious sapphire, we're of course talking about your cashmere sapphires, aren't we? And they have exactly what this has, that beautiful fine silk, almost velvet-like running through. That's what you've got on this strand. These are your graduated plain drops, and they're from 5x3 all the way to 11x5. And if you think of those cashmere sapphires, of course they're a blue tone, but they do have this internal silk-like structure. Get them home to really appreciate what I'm talking about. And it's one of the things that makes that type of sapphire so desirable. And that's what you've got in here. You can see how it's intensifying the colour. Isn't that an intense tone of sapphire? Sometimes when I bring multicoloured gemstones to you, for example, if I bring to you a multicoloured strand of beryl, say, sometimes the tones themselves are oh so delicate. It's quite hard to see the difference in tones until you get them home, but you can see that because of this fine silk internal within each of these gemstones, you've got that true richness. So, how many have I got in my love, Kirsty? Okay, right, whoa. Okay, we've got to be quick now. 33 is all I have in total currently right now of this exceptional strand. This is different to our other strand, of course. It's your drops, it's your top drilled, it's really easy to use as a drop, but it's so different because you have that luxurious internal silk, almost velvet running through these. So with that in mind, just bear in mind, of course, this should be more than the previous gemstone strand of sapphire we had on. That was $19.95, wasn't it? But you've got this luxurious texture running through, which is higher in price than your clearer sapphires. Do me a favour. Trust again. I know I don't ask you every show even, do I? But today I'm asking you twice in one show. It's a bit of a landmark. Trust me right now. I've got how many in stock now? 29. 29 in stock right now. Trust me, get yourself on the phone. This is a completely different look, a completely different quality, a completely different stance to our first strand. Would you be happy to spend £29.95 on this strand? If you would, this is your time to ring right now. If you're happy to spend £29.95 on this strand, get on the phone right now. This is not your price. £14.95. £19.95 is the price that you will pay right now on the website until we've just dropped it, which is now making it £14.95. That is for genuine sapphire. It's got a stunning drop, absolute wealth of colour within here, and it's £14.95 for genuine sapphire. This is something so exciting to work with for less than £15. Such a dream. And speaking of dream, after this break we'll be heading back over to the dream Natalia herself. See you then.
Join Jewellery Maker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Today I've been on the Wirework for Beginners course and it's been really helpful to me. I've bought wire and I've bought tools and not really had the confidence to use it because I'd feel like I was wasting it. So to come along and be shown exactly what to do and have one-to-one tuition has been brilliant for me, and it's really given me the confidence to go ahead with my jewellery making now.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. This is Designer Inspirations. I am Becky and we're going to be heading over in a moment or three to the wonderful Natalia for our second designer inspiration. You excited?
I am, yes, because I love what we've got, you know, the gold wire and the gemstones as well.
And it's really exciting too because we'll be able to show you a finished product that she's done in one colourway, and then she'll be making it in the colourway that I'm going to offer you now. Really exciting. So, where are we starting, Kirst? Let's talk you through this. Do you remember an hour or so ago, if you were watching them, we did this bundle in silver, went like that, 10 minutes, 10, 11 minutes it went in. We've got the same stuff, the same gauges, the same amount, but it's in your golden colourway. So, 0.25, 0.6, 100 metres of each of those, 1.5, golden tone, just throwing it about, 10 metres of that. So you've got 210 metres in total. You saw earlier on that we used the 0.6 for that tiara technique, which I think a lot of you, we had some messaging saying, oh, I never thought about doing the tiara technique with a 0.6, thought you could only do it with a 0.4. Well, you can not. You don't have to. You can do it with 0.6 as well. We're bringing this to you at about past. We'll bring this wonderful bundle to you. But let me do for you first off. Why am I throwing everything about? How rude. I've got for you now though the other part, let's say, of your kit. You've got in here a wealth of goodies. Not only have you got 10 metres worth of chain, I'll show you this chain initially. This I would describe as your delicate waved oval. It's so delicate due to the size. Take a look at this for me. Gold colour, of course, goes perfectly. And this chain itself is your 3x2 mil. That refers to the loops. 10 metres worth you're getting in total. Really pretty, beautiful for a charm bracelet, this. As well as that, you're going to be getting gold plated 925 sterling silver rondelle space beads, and you're getting 40 pieces worth of these in total. I'll show you those. So these are 925. They've got 7, oh my days, what am I doing? Tweezers, wire. I don't know, I feel like I can't control my hands today. Is that weird? It is, isn't it? I've also got for you gold plated 925 spacers. Look at these. Really large, these ones actually. 4x2 mil, 40 pieces in total. I don't think I've ever bought these to you before as part of a kit. You have a little look at the hole in these. Let's have a look. Hey, let's have a look. I'm just going to have a little tester if you don't mind, because the hole in those is exceptional. Let me just see. Wow. Yeah. Take a look at this for me. 1.5 wire goes through these 925 rondelles perfectly. This is your thickest gauge of wire, and it goes through these rondelles. What do you think of that, Natalia?
That's amazing, isn't it? Because, you know, a lot of the time you want to do some fancy things with your wire, and you just haven't got the drill holes to do it. But also I'm thinking macrame. Yeah. I'm thinking the cord, the wax cord that we have.
That'd go through fine, easy peasy. You could use that for so much, couldn't you? And it's gold plated as well, real luxury. Because I think sometimes it can be tricky to add 925 and luxury to things like macrame, can't it? Well, no, macrame maybe not so much. Kumihimo possibly. Can be difficult, but with this you'll be absolutely fine. As well as that, of course, you've got a beautiful gemstone strand, which is a seriously lengthy strand of your smoky quartz. The size of this. These are your faceted drops. That centerpiece is so dramatic. This is 100 carats worth we have here. Can you see that centerpiece? Doesn't that almost look jet? That is serious smokiness in there. 100 carats of your smoky quartz in these faceted drops, faceted for around 8x4 all the way to 12x8, and it's a massive 22 centimetre strand. Now, can I just check with you, Kirsty? You're getting 40 of the spacer beads in here, is that correct? Thank you very much. Just want to double check. Just because the screen in front of me doesn't make it that quite clear. That is correct, beautiful. Just because on my one up here, it's written down twice. So it's definitely 40 of the rondelles you've got in here. It's a really wonderful strand you have in it. Honestly, when you see exactly what Natalia has done with these, it's just, I don't know, it's just really elegant but modern, but also it's ageless and timeless. It's really beautiful what she's done. So 925 gold plated, 40 pieces of those in total of your rondelles, which the 1.5 mil wire goes through without a problem. 10 meters worth of your gold color chain, 22 centimeter strands, 100 carats in total of the beautiful smoky quartz. Let's take a look at your price. Should be £30.85, which isn't even slightly surprising, is it? Because you've got 40 pieces of really hefty 925 7 carat plated sterling silver. They're weighty, they're huge. Of course they go through, the 1.5 goes through them without a problem. You've also got 100 carats of this exceptionally smoky yet clear smoky quartz. So £30.85 isn't a surprise, but we're going to make it more desirable. £22.95, that's all you're going to be paying today. That is a wonderful price. The saving on that is £7.90 in total. Every little helps, doesn't it? It truly does. And you can get your hands on all of these goodies today for just £22.95. And when you see what Natalia's created, I think it's safe to say some of them are relatively bejeweled, but I can definitely imagine she hasn't used anywhere near all of the gemstones on this strand. £22.95 today. We'll bring the wire to you later on. Do not forget, Q&A with Natalia will be taking place very soon, in approximately 40 minutes, about that. Or if we've got some time at the end, we will ask her those questions. So the way you'll message us in is very simply going on JewelleryMaker.com. You'll see a box that says send a message to the studio. You can write in on that. Alternatively, text us. 60777 is your text number. Text to JM Studio. Any question you might have relating to jewellery making.
Yes, not about cats or other things like that.
Hey, you might know something about cats.
I could. I'm an expert on how to get them off your sofa.
Oh, that's really good tip to have. I'm sure lots of people will be asking for that.
Yeah.
Any messages, send them in right now, because we'll be able to answer as many as we can coming up really, really shortly, about 40 minutes, so send them in. Natalia, this design is spectacular. I absolutely adore the necklace. Something that I would love to wear. And I will be.
Yes, you will be walking out into the car park wearing it, won't you, under your coat?
Under my coat. I'm going to whip one up, I think, at home.
Yeah, well, you can, because you're really clever like that. And I think the thing is, this design is so popular at the moment, where it's a kind of variation on a normal torque necklace, which is I think choker style, but that, you know, all the action happens at the front, so it's actually front fastening. And what I love about designs like this is you can make it as opulent and jeweled encrusted as you want to. If you like a little bit, you know, pared down, then that's okay. And you don't have to do 3 strands. I've done 3 strands, and I still, you know, that gemstone strand goes a long way, doesn't it?
It really does, especially if you use absolutely loads in the bracelet as well, haven't you? Absolutely plenty in there too.
I was shocked that it would actually extend to doing 3 of those strands on the necklace.
Yeah. No, it's a wonderful amount of gemstones. So you may recognise this quartz. This is the quartz that we had in our first bundle today, didn't it? We had this in our first hour. That'll be back on the screen. That'll come on at the bottom. We had 2 strands of quartz, and we had a deluxe scoop as well within that. So get your hands on that, because we've used some of those goodies from the Girl's Best Friend bundle. That's coming up at the bottom of the screen in a moment. We used some of those in here as well. Just give you a little bit of a mixture, really, isn't it?
Yeah, we mixed it up a bit.
Yeah, why not?
It's good to do that.
It's always good fun to do that. So whereabouts are we going to be starting on this piece?
Shall we start with the necklace first?
Yes, let's do that.
I have done it in the silver, and I'm going to demonstrate in the gold, so you can see the 2 different colourways.
Love that.
And such a different look and feel with them. Honestly, Becky, I surprised myself really, just how different they look.
Wow.
So your first thing that you need to do is you need to get yourself 3 pieces of the wire.
The 1.5.
The 1.5 wire that comes in the wire bundle. And the thing is, you want them to be slightly different lengths, because if we look at the necklace, in fact, let's bring it over and then we can refer to that one. If I pop it down here and just show you, you can see how each one of the wires is just slightly longer than the other. So you don't need to worry too much about measuring it absolutely precisely, because you'll be able to snip off a little bit at the end if you want to. But you generally need to gauge at what point are you going to start your gemstones. So this is why you need to cut your pieces of wire.
I see.
So I've got 2 pieces of wire here. So this is if you wanted to do it as a duo, you could do. And what I've done is I have decided I'm going to have my gemstones starting from there and coming around. So this is the left hand side of my design here. And I took my cutters and positioned my wires alongside each other. So I've got one slightly longer than the other, as you can see. So I've got them how I want them. So one slightly longer on the right hand side and one slightly longer on the left hand side. Losing my voice already.
That's all right.
And then just take your cutters.
Do you get groovy?
You get groovy, yeah. And just turn them, holding the 2 wires in place so you get them in the same position. So you don't want to cut all the way through, and it's quite hard to cut through this wire, so don't worry, you're not going to do that. If you did that on the 0.6 wire, it's good night Vienna.
Of course, yeah.
So you'll be able to feel quite a deep groove. And the other good reason for doing that at this stage is when you separate your wires and you start twisting your 0.25 wire and putting it onto your first piece of wire, when you bring the other one back, if it's turned over,
remember.
you don't. Which side was it? I can't remember. So it's a good gauge.
Good tip.
All right, so I'm going to
put that back.
Thank you. Glamorous. You are such a glamorous assistant.
Oh, I wouldn't go
I
that
don't want to say
far,
glamorous
Natalia.
assistant, but you are. I always got these amazing dresses.
We're kind of matching a little bit today.
I
I
always
like
match who I present with, and it's kind of a fluke.
Oh, is it?
Instead of look in my wardrobe and a channel, go, what are they wearing today?
What's Becky going to be wearing today?
Yeah, she'll be wearing some cute dress. Looking all young and gorgeous at the side of me.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'd like to work with you more often, to be honest, Natalia.
Does it make you feel young?
No! I just said no, not that point.
It's okay.
No, because you're so complimentary is what I was going to say.
Well, you're lovely. And so we're going to start by taking a length of 0.25 wire. And so I've got about 3/4 metre of wire there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that out of the way. That's my next project is sneaking in on the act. You will have your airtime soon. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
And so 3/4 length of 0.25 wire. And then I'm going to leave a little tail of wire, so that's about 2 or 3 inches, and just pop it in my groove, and then sort of pinching it with my thumb, I'm going to wind the wire around tightly, and that just keeps it in place and it doesn't budge anywhere. And I told you before, the reason that I love this wire is it becomes invisible. And it truly does. It's like it sort of goes, okay, I'm just going to blend in the background. You gemstones do your thing. You big thick piece of wire, you do your thing, and I'm just going to be here supporting you. So that's the kind of supporting act in all of this.
That's perfect. That's why it's such a wonderful gauge, isn't it?
It is. And it's
underrated.
It is underrated, but it's the star of the show, really.
Definitely. Like Gary Barlow in Take That.
Well, no, he was always trying to be like Top Dog, wasn't he?
Well, only recently.
Oh, really?
Not back in the day.
Okay,
Back in the day,
like
it was always Robbie or Mark, wasn't it?
You know, one of the
Ronan
ones
Keating.
that just used to dance around in the background and didn't do it. But they were actually really good.
Really good.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just like that, and so we're starting with these little wheels, the quartz twist and that twisted facet. That twisted facet, absolutely beautiful. And I'm going to pop my first one onto my piece of 1.25 wire.
1.5.
1.5. Do you know? I keep underselling this. It's actually 1.5.
Really thick.
So you're working from going towards the left-hand side with it. Really thick. I know how it feels.
Yeah.
I'm just turning this towards me, and then I'm going to wrap my 0.25 wire around 1, 2, 3 times like that.
Okay.
And I always start off threading my next gemstone on with the wire underneath the larger piece of wire facing towards me.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter if you want to do it the opposite way, as long as you start in the same place every time. I just find that it gives it a more secure and less higgledy-piggledy look.
I see,
really
okay.
uniform. So once you started off, you can thread on 2 or 3 of your gemstones at a time. So this makes your life a little bit easier. So we just did one just to start off with. And then what we're going to do is, I've got 3 on there.
Can you just pop your hands over here for me so
Can
Claire
you see
can't
it
see
better
them?
there?
That's it.
Okay, so I'm going to take 2 of them. I'm just going to pop them further up the wire like that. I'm going to hold them inside my hand and concentrate on this one. So again, turning the wire around 1, 2, 3 times. Thread another one on. 1, 2, 3, and then thread another one on.
That's much
1,
quicker,
2,
isn't it?
3. Yeah, so once you've
Already
got
it's
your
built
first
up.
one on, you'll be able to start doing this. Now they aren't terribly secure on the wire. So at this point, so every time you put 3 or 4 on, you're going to take your wire back in between each of the gemstones. So I'm going around and going underneath and over. And then I'm going to go back so we can start and do some more. So you've had 2 passes of the wire.
Yeah.
And then you've had your first pass with actually securing the gemstones on, so that makes it really secure.
I see.
And then you just continue until you get to one that I've been preparing. This is why I wasn't doing my challenge, I was just wrapping wire for everybody. And you're going to leave yourself about an inch and a half of wire at the end, because you want to create this little coil.
And you can see how beautifully those rondelles sit within this piece, because sometimes rondelles, if you wouldn't think of laying them like this necessarily, but you've done it in such a sort of controlled way that they rest beautifully, don't they?
They do, they just seem to. And I wasn't, you know, concentrating, holding them really firmly. They were just kind of lying and kind of interlocking into each other really beautifully. There's a lot of teamwork going on in this piece.
Is there?
It's the fusion between the wire and the gemstones. It's like they all get each other, don't they? They're all going, yes, let's create something beautiful.
I see, that's perfect.
And so then when we get to this point, we're going to take around those pliers and just open your wire up a little bit, and take the end of the wire to the widest part of your pliers. So run your finger over so it's the wire's not protruding out of the top there, and just bend it to a right angle, and then bend again just to make that coil like that. Now if you'd left more wire and you want to be a bit more fancy, you could make some kind of swirly lovely design. I wanted to just do 1 coil, and I wanted to actually hang one of my smoky quartz from there. So I wanted the smoky quartz to be the centre of attraction, not the coil. But if you want to do some kind of flourish, some kind of Laura Binding-esque little,
then you can.
Cute little detail, then that's up to you. But I want to do a little bit plain. Okay, and so attaching the smoky quartz. So when you've got your other pieces that you've been working on, what I've done on my design is I've got the smoky quartz are graduated in size on the strand, so I've got my smoky quartz graduating in size going up, just because it looks more interesting.
I can see.
A piece of jewellery design, when the eye sort of encircles the whole design, that's the first thing it does. And then you're looking for anything that's interesting for your eye to rest on. So make the thing interesting, try and choose gemstones that are different sizes. So your eye goes, oh, that one's bigger, and then that goes smaller, and
draws your eye.
Kind of, perspective. So I'm going to take our smoky quartz and just find some so that they graduate in size of one another. Which is,
just whilst you're graduating them out, I'll let you know at home that I do still have a few, but not that many, of your golden wire. When we had the silver, it sold out instantly. I've got the wire coming up in the moment of this kit. I've still got a few left. You get the beautiful quartz, 100 carats worth. Those are just what Natalia is graduating out right about now, because that strand is graduated from around 8x4 all the way to 12x8 mil, 100 carats worth in there. 10 meters of your delicate chain, and 40 of those beautiful 925 rondelles that go easily through the 1.5 wire. Those are all yours today for just £22.95.
Okay, so I've taken a piece of wire that's about 6 inches in length, and I've threaded it through, because these are top drills, which is absolutely beautiful. Love top drill gemstones, and I've threaded that through the top drill hole of the the first one of my smoky quartz drops.
That's your 0.25.
My 0.25 wire going through there, and then I just pinch it together so both wires are close to one another, and that is actually sealed at the little point on my drop. And then take my round nose pliers and just hold the wire gently at the top of the drop where the wires meet, and turn it to a right angle. Turn my pliers over so that my thumb is facing upwards, and then take the wire back over. Then holding onto both wires, I've got a little loop there, as you can see, and I'm just going to take my wire around, and I keep my hand quite loose because I want to wrap it to create like a little bezel around the top of it.
You're hardly putting any pressure on that at all.
No, and it's
really just gently guiding, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And then just trim your wires off. And then you can use your fingers just to press that in place. You have a little covered loop with a little bezel over the top of the pointy bit.
Yeah. And
then to pop those in place, all you do is just open up with flat nose pliers the edge of the loop that you turned, and pop your smoky quartz on the end there, and you're going to just secure that so that that can't actually fall out of there. Okay, and you're going to do that 3 times or 2 times, however you want to do that. And then the final one on the end, this is just kicking out a little bit, so it's a little bit, you know, like the Leo horoscope symbol where it's kind of
exactly
curved
what
like
you mean,
that.
yeah.
So you're going to take your round nose pliers, and you're just going to again create a loop. And when I did this design originally, I have a mannequin in my kitchen, and I had this on the mannequin, and it didn't have the smoky quartz on the right hand side, and it just didn't look right.
No.
And sometimes that's what happens. You have to do a design, and it has to evolve as you're actually making it.
Yeah.
So the smoky quartz, I had so plenty of them, went onto there, and I think that just really, I don't know, it was kind of like putting a little cherry on the top of your cupcake.
I see. Kirsty's just saying, it's time for the wire in my ear, so I'll bring you the wire right about now. Now, when we had the silver, it sold out like this. You've got 100 meters of your 0.6, 100 meters of your 0.25, which we've used just to create that beautiful loop at the top of our drop, and your 1.5 as well, which is your 10 meters worth of that. 210 meters worth in total. Your web price today should be £39.95. We used all 3 of these in our first design. We're working with them more now. Let's take a look at your price. It's not £39.85. We're going to do a price match. It's just £21.95 for you. It's a price match of the silver, and it's just £21.95. Absolutely whopping saving on there. The silver went so rapidly, and it doesn't surprise me at all. You've got the gold here. And don't forget the 0.6, as I said earlier, it's the tiara technique we use. So if you're thinking, oh, I can only use 0.4 for the tiara technique, Natalia demonstrated so perfectly exactly how we do it with a 0.6. So treat yourself to this bundle now. It should have been almost £40. Check out your baskets, please, because you're getting it for just £21.95 today.
Do you know, I always like the idea of having jewellery in both metal colourways, because they look so different and they go with different outfits, don't they?
Yeah.
Like when I'm wearing brown, I have to put gold with it, gold jewellery. Yeah, I don't like silver with brown, but then when I'm wearing white or, you know, black, I like silver with it.
With that.
Yeah.
I can see that, and it does. You can see completely how much of a different colour this gives, can't you? And how different this looks from the gold to the silver. It's really dramatic, isn't it? It's a wonderful discount today, but please get this in your basket ASAP, because my silver went out in moments. So please treat yourself to it now.
And you know, working with this, I'm quite rough. I don't know all the tricks. You know, I'm not putting loads of masking tape on my pliers. I'm really, really rough with this, and there's nothing chipping off it. and I've got really acidic hands. I seem to lift, you know, the surface of everything with it.
I see.
Yeah, with the coating on my hands because I'm always working with metal clays. So, so it's a really good quality wire. Okay, the final step in this is to show you how to secure the different wires together. So we're bringing back our 0.25 wire. So we're going to take a really decent length of that, so about ½ meter of it, and I'm going to show you this with the 2 pieces of wire that one of them hasn't got the gemstones wrapped on it. Now I'd highly recommend that you wrap your gemstones first. Always do that because it's really difficult to wrap gemstones when the 2 wires are attached to one another. So do all your gemstone wrapping first, get all of that sorted out, and then connect your 3 different pieces or your 2 different pieces of wire together. So you will have your grooves that you'll be able to help line you up, and so leaving a tail on the wire, so we're leaving about a 2 or 3 inch tail there, and just taking my 0.25 wire round, and then I'm wrapping it, and this will actually be visible, this join, this connecting piece. So we want to wrap it so that it looks pretty.
Keep it as neat as you can.
Keep it as neat as possible. So normally if you can't see anything, I advocate just throw the wire on and don't worry too much about it, like when we were doing that on the little cuff that we were doing earlier on. There's a little bit like anything that you know you're going to see, and it kind of exposes your skills then. And then this little tail of wire at the end, just use a gemstone to wrap the excess around, because that helps to hold it in place a little bit better. So once you've wrapped it around a few times, take that back around one of your gemstones and then cut it. And then this one, take it as close to the edge as you can, pull tightly and then trim. And you have your wires in place, and then you'll be able to manipulate it. But they you would do that again on the other side of your piece. So you do it on both sides to connect them, nip them into place, and it's really strong. It's really sturdy, because we were putting it on your head and everything in the office, weren't you? Because Becky likes to try things on. She likes to kind of wear things creatively.
I do. Yeah, I do. I like to look, but putting it on connects me to the piece. I want to let you know already half of my stock has gone on this Wirework bundle, so please do treat yourself, be quick, basically. £21.95. So that's that piece. I cannot wait to have a crack at that later on. Looking forward to that. Which piece are you going to show us next?
I'm going to show you the bracelet, and actually when the camera was scanning over it, when Kaz was going into detail with it, it actually looked like little flowers on there. That wasn't how I intended it was meant to. No.
Oh,
you can see
well, I thought they were little flowers.
It wasn't, but you see Kaz has got it just at the right angle there.
She's good, isn't she?
She's very good.
She is pretty good.
Everybody's good round here, but Kaz
is a bit exceptional.
She is. She's something else. So okay, so what we're going to do for the bracelet is we're going to use the rondelles, and there are plenty of them, and you will actually find that you have 11 left at the end on the strand, even though we've used them and we've actually wire wrapped them around 2 pieces of wire.
So these are your rondelles?
Yes.
You've used the rounds on this one?
Oh, sorry, rounds.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm glad you've pointed that out.
No, it's all right. I just wanted to point out. So we're using the rounds.
Yes, we're using the rounds, yeah.
Okay.
We have used the rounds on that one. Yeah, so anyway, you do get 11 left at the end of that. So to start with, we're using our 1.5 wire again. This time in gold. I've used silver for that one, so you can see how they're both going to look. I absolutely love them in gold. Let me tell you, I'm loving the gold. And we're going to cut off a piece of wire and just measure it. That is 9 inches in length. So you're going to do 2 of these. You need to be equal lengths. Then the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to turn a loop at the end to get us started. So again, taking the thickest part of our pliers, the widest part of our round nose pliers, just check that there's no wire sticking out of the top, and then doing a bended loop so that everything matches with this set. We want it to all be in keeping, don't we? And so once you've done that, you can then start to wire on your rounds.
This is with your 0.25.
With your 0.25, I can find the end of it. This has been working really hard today. This
it has, hasn't it? We've worked a lot
with
the 0.25, which is lovely.
It is lovely. There was a time if I could have actually had a crystal ball and saw myself in the future working so much with 0.25, I would have been blown away by that fact. There you go. Yeah, I would. Because
fab gauge, I love it.
There was some dark times with me and wire, but we've come through it.
You've come through the other side.
We have.
2.5 has pulled you through.
It has. So, so I've just got a couple of inches excess there, and I'm going to wrap it into place. I'm taking the wire right up to the edge of my loop.
Yeah.
Like that. So doing that, and we can actually trim this bit off at this point, and then we're going to start working in that direction, threading on our rounds. The reason I got mixed up with rondelles is because I've got so many rondelles left over from my previous project. I was looking at them. I think they wanted to be on the bracelet, you know?
Maybe.
And actually that would be nice to see the bracelet done in that way as well with the rondelles. So just threading on my first round, and I'm going to take my wire around a couple of times, and then like we did with the previous project with the necklace, I'm going to then be in a position where I can thread 3 on at a time and just start to do my little wire wrapping with that. So taking one, holding on to the others in my hand, and these just really wrap so well onto this wire. They stand up a little bit higher than the rondelles. The rondelles did this lovely kind of flat, getting it all together, you know, working in unison kind of thing. These actually, they're a little bit more kind of centre stage, and they want to stand more 3-dimensionally. So once you've got those on, you then take your wire back, so you're taking it around and over. So you're double wrapping basically, because you do need strength on this bracelet.
Yeah.
So all the way and then back again. So you're going to have to keep trimming your wire off as you get to the end of it. Don't use too much because you just end up in a big muddle. So about 4 or 5 times you'll need to be doing that.
Go back, I see.
Okay, so I've got 2 of them that I finished earlier. I've been a busy bee here. So we've now got our 2 pieces of wire, and they're all wrapped with the rounds, and as you can see, I've turned the loops on both ends. So I'm going to do that on this end too. And if it's a little bit too long, you can always trim it off. So just turning that over. And then you just want to flatten everything so that all of the little rounds are all even, and then you've got a nice arc shape. And so just turning your bracelet into a little arc. And you might want to, Debbie Bulford has this fantastic trick of using a golden syrup tin and squashing it, and she makes a kind of bangle mandrel with it, which I thought was a wonderful idea.
That's a really clever bangle mandrel.
Yeah.
Sounds perfect.
So you don't have to go out and buy expensive things, and it's Pancake Day coming up soon. So
it is actually.
You'll be using all your golden syrup, and then you'll be able to...
I love Pancake Day. I want to have Pancake Day on my birthday. It was amazing.
It's your birthday soon.
Coming up.
27th
of Feb.
Oh, very nice. It's nice to have a birthday early in the year. You've got something to look forward to.
I know, right? Yeah.
Okay, and then what we're going to do is bring our 0.25 wire back, taking another 3/4 metre length of it, and I'm going to wrap the ends first of all. It doesn't matter if they're not quite the same length, because that just gives it a bit of interest. So I'm just making sure that I wrap tightly. Don't worry about your little stray end, we'll be able to trim that off later. And then you're going to take your 0.25 wire and you're going to take it along the length of your 2 pieces of wire that have been wrapped with your gemstones. So taking that all the way along to connect those in place.
Yeah.
So you can see how then that makes this a cuff then basically. And it gives it more dimension, it gives it, you know, instantly it's a much bigger piece of jewellery. And the 0.25 is just so beautiful, it's seamless, isn't it? You really can't tell that you've got quite a lot of wire in this piece.
Yeah.
But it's not
over the top though, is it?
No, not at all. I'll just cut a little bit more and then wrap those two together, and then I can show you the final stage of this. I'm going to start at this end, wrapping the two wires together. And then I'm going to trim that off because it's just getting in my way a little bit. And then we have our two halves of the bracelet connected together to make, whoops, I'll get stuck in my, inside my little wire
loop
coil there. Okay, and back around until you've wrapped them really securely. And get you to test this out, Becky.
Okay.
Just to see how secure it is.
Now the thing is, when people say this to me, test it, I don't just go, oh yeah, I proper will yank this.
Yeah.
Is that alright?
Yeah.
Oh, that is sturdy.
Our muscles are twitching.
That
She's
is,
using a lot of force
I
there.
am fully going for that, but no, that is so secure.
Yeah.
So secure. To get your hands on this wire bundle, by the way, I've only got 18 left, 1/8, do treat yourself. Really strong, but sometimes when you think of strong pieces, you think over the top chunky, don't you?
Yeah.
But that's not, it's got the strength, but it's so elegant as well.
It's a night, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's really gemstone heavy, and I love that because you can really see the gold wire coming through.
It's
The
beautiful.
clarity of the crystals.
Really beautiful.
And it's beautiful. So then the final stage of this is you can add some of the smoky quartz in there.
Yeah.
And what I did with my original bangle was I used the smaller ones because they just seem to sit better, and because you've got such a large amount of them on your strand,
Yeah.
you can really afford to go to the edges and take off the smaller ones and cherry pick what you want.
Takes
'Cause you want
time.
your bigger ones for your big necklace over there.
Yeah.
And you're going to have a load left over as well.
Yeah, of course.
So this is a really great value bundle because there's so many things that you can do with it, and you've got plenty left over to make your earrings as well, and then you've got wire that you'll just be using until until the next millennium.
Yes.
Okay, so how we start is take one of the little smoky quartz, taking we've got about half a metre of wire there, and I'm threading that through one of my smoky quartz drops like that. And I'm going to start in the middle actually, because then that's easy because I can work from left hand and right hand. All I'm doing there is I'm just popping the point of my smoky quartz and just propping it up inside the gemstones there, and then I'm going to take my wire and wrap it around, and your wire goes through in between the gemstones like that, and then decide how many of them you actually want to go along in your pattern. So do the same on, whoops, same on this side. And then you can take another one of your smoky quartz and thread it on, and you just carry on doing that all the way around. And you can have as few or as many as you want to. But I just like them peppered around, sort of studded in amongst the bracelet, rather than having them really, really close together. We'll have another one on that side, and then we've got three in place just to get us started. So just popping the point inside the quartz, and then wrapping your wire in between those little quartz rounds. And there we go.
That's really pretty, and it's funny the way I've seen you put it together. I honestly did think that you'd created little flowers, but you haven't. But
No.
they do just give that little look, don't they?
Don't like that, don't
I think that's so beautiful. This as a headband, how would I go about doing that? What would I do differently?
Well, you could make a headband with this wire, or you could get one of our headbands that's already ready-made.
Done,
yeah,
I see.
and do exactly the same. You just do it, so you don't have to create your own piece of wire because you've got your headband already.
Yeah.
So all you do is just
Loop it
wire
around.
wrap it. Yeah.
'Cause I think that as a headband.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Isn't it like Anne Boleyn style, like Tudor style? Isn't it?
Oh, And as I said earlier, I'm obsessed with putting things on my head.
Yeah.
I love headbands. I said upstairs earlier, obsessed with putting things on my head. Hannah Oxbury agreed with me, I do like it. That's such a beautiful bracelet and really easy to do. I'm just going to show you, do you mind if I show you this on here?
Okay.
I just want to show you the difference of the actual colourway. Of course, this gold one isn't finished yet, but doesn't that make a really huge difference? It's got a lot more warmth to it, doesn't it? It's a lot more warmth to it. It's a beautiful piece. That's stunning. Thank you so much for showing us that, Natalia. Now, we've got a little bit of time. We've still got about 14 minutes. Have you got time to show us one of these pairs of earrings, or maybe talk us through one of them?
Okay, well, I can talk you through one of them. I'm going to have to go into my little bag of tricks.
Yeah, no problem. You go in your bag of chips.
Let me just nip over here and find it first.
We haven't got a handful. We've only got a handful left of the wire that's on screen at the moment. A handful. £21.95. Oh, it's not the first time I've dropped things today. I don't know. I'm never normally this accidental. I don't know. I'm just. You've got in here 200 metres in total, 210 metres in fact, 100 of your 0.6. 100 of your 0.25 and 10 of your 1.5. I've got a handful of these left because it's a ridiculously wonderful saving of just £21.95 today.
Right, the earrings with the little spiral sort of cones on them.
Is that your professional tool?
It's my professional tool.
That's so exciting. I cannot wait to see you use that.
I'm not sure it's going to go down well with people who've got all these amazing tools, and you've got the wax Y-cone and all that kind of stuff. Well, I haven't got that yet.
No, because it flies out.
Yeah, it sells
really
out.
Does.
And we're not allowed to. We've got to let customers have things first, you see.
We do.
So we end up having to resort to things. I've been rummaging in my kitchen drawer loads of times, and wooden spoon handles and all kinds of things. So I thought, how can I make myself a wax Y-cone?
A pen and a post.
And I've got
a little sticky note.
A pen, a post-it note wrapped around it to make my little shape. But you know, when you work with metal clay, metal clay is such a new medium. We didn't have tools for it, so metal clay artists will identify with this. You just went around trying to find anything that you could to actually use in conjunction with it.
It's perfect. Yeah. So that's to create this pair of beautiful earrings that we have here.
So it's quite simple. You just got to think outside the box a little bit. And
I think beautiful, lovely movement to it.
Okay, so all I did was.
This is with your 0.6, isn't it?
Sellotape that in place. 0.6 wire. Keep it on the reel because you don't know how much you're going to need to do the spiral. You need to start probably about 1.5 inches down from your cone shape. So I started, always leave a tail of wire because it's just so much easier to hold on to it when you leave a little bit more than you need. And then you just have to be really, really careful at keeping this tight and just holding it in place. So I often, whilst I'm doing this, because it's boring watching me do this, I'll tell you about how I use wrapped up pieces of cardboard and sellotape. I do that to create shapes like this in metal clay. So if you do that and you wrap it with sellotape, and then you can put your clay over the top of it, because we've got clay coming up, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got your metal clay coming up. Don't forget, coming up as well, it's your last ever chance to own your metal clay starter kit. We're not going to do it anymore after today's show. We did put a little post up on Facebook to let you all know about it. We'll still be bringing you the products, but not together as a whole, so it's your last chance to own that today.
And we are still doing metal clay, but we're just not doing that kit.
That starter kit, yeah.
So then what you do is just twist it whilst it's on the implement, on the tool, and then pop it off, squash it together. Give it another little twist, and then I've left a little bit of excess wire at the top there, and this is where, because the end of my cone is not terribly pointed.
No.
So this is where my round nose pliers come in. So I'm taking it to the end of the the thickest part of the plier, and then I'm going to move my pliers down, you know, so I get this tapered
look.
And can go to a little point there.
Yeah, I see.
Like that. And that's how I did it. And then to get it a little bit closer together, you just need to twist. Keep twisting and pushing, and then you can get it into a little cone shape.
I can see.
And trim off your end, like that.
Wonderful.
That's what I did. And then the chain, I've cut several lengths of chain, and I've cut them all to just about the same length. I've got a piece of wire, 0.6 wire, that's holding them all together, and then that's pushed up through the top, right through the whole cone, and then out of the top to create a little loop.
I can see exactly how you've done that. Yeah. They're really pretty, and I love the amount of movement you have in them.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? And fringing and all of this kind of, you know, detailing with chains. It's so fashion, you know, fashion forward at the moment. And
so true.
And what's happening is it came in last year. It's getting bigger and bigger. It just gathers momentum. It's going to be around for a while, and we've got all this wonderful chain. And so, you know, we've got to find different ways to use it and just have just a nod to the trends a little bit.
And you've definitely given that trend a really beautiful nod. And then it looks to me on both of these earrings, actually, you've obviously hammered them, haven't you?
I have, yeah. So just the little hammer and block, and cut off a length of wire. Just leave it long, and then hammer it, and use your pliers to twist it, bend it however you want to.
I see, and give it this final look.
Yeah.
And then you've done the drop here in a similar way to as you did off the necklace, haven't you?
Yes, in exactly the same way. So obviously using the silver wire for that one, and then being the spiral, it's open, but it spirals around a few times, so you can just kind of weave it in, and then it's not going to fall out anywhere, unless of course you're running fast, and then it might work its way out, but then you wouldn't wear those, would you?
Yes, I see. Well, hopefully not. No, hopefully you wouldn't do that at all. So how would you describe this as a set? So we've said that this is a set, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
How would you describe this as a set?
It's almost like, you know, if you go to one of those boutiques, you're going to a ball or you're going to some kind of do, and they often have a cabinet and it's all beautifully lit, and they'll have some really expensive jewellery in there, and it'll be probably about the price of the dress that you're about to buy, won't it?
Yes.
So it's a kind of boutique chic kind of collection.
Chic. Yeah, I'm all on board with that, definitely. I think you've got that, you've nailed that, absolutely. Am I right in thinking, Kirsty, do we have a couple of the gemstones left on this one? We'll pop those up for you now, because I have literally 3 left of that Wirework bundle, this wire bundle, literally 3 of these, 210 metres in total, literally got 3 of them left. All your info's up there on screen. 3 left, so we're going to have to move these on. It was a huge saving today. It's just £21.95. You won't see a price like that again for a really long time. These are what we have at the moment to bring you, so do get your hands on these whilst you can. I'm going to just give you a last chance to own these gemstones. Kaz, you're a love. You've got in here your drops. It's an absolute wealth, isn't it?
It's incredible, and what I love about it is you've got so much potential within one strand to do different things. You can just use them as tiny little accents, as I've done in the bracelet, earrings, or, you know, one chunky monkey as it's in its own right as a pendant.
Yeah, I completely go for that. So you have 100 carats worth of your smoky quartz. These are your faceted drops from around 8x4 all the way to 12x8 mil, and it's a whopping 22 centimetre strand. Seriously smoky, but seriously clear as well. The clarity is stunning, isn't it, Natalia?
It's a really, really high quality strand. We can't get across, I don't think, you know, until you actually have it in your hands, just how beautiful they are. And so when I opened up my package, I was so excited to see those in particular, because smoky quartz is one of my favourite gemstones, but to come like that, it's a real treat.
It's a real treat, it truly is. So you have this massive, really high quality strand, 100 carats. You've also got your 10 metres of your chain. And this is described as your delicate waved oval. You can see that it's your 3x2. As well as that, you have got your golden rondelles here, and these are 925 gold plated. They're absolutely huge. The size on these is so large. 0.5 in the center of these. If I show you that hole, isn't that sizable? Seriously sizable. You can easily get 1.5 wire through here. Now, I noticed, Natalia, we didn't use these in your design. If you were to, what would you have done with them?
I'm just looking at the earrings actually, with all the fringing, with the tassels. I would have used them at the end of there. I'll probably put them in and amongst, you know, maybe done like a
different levels,
some little wire and just wire loops. So I'd have a whole strand of them.
That's a really nice idea, because you've got 40 in there. Absolutely loads of them today. So for the strand and the chain and the gold coated 925 sterling silver 40 spaces, all you paid today was £22.95. You got a wonderful saving on this deal. Congratulations if you have managed to get this. I know that a few of you got it, and you're looking at getting the wire as well. Congratulations if you managed to get both. That's pretty special. I've got 2 of the wire bundles left now, and I've got a handful or so of this one left, so please get yourself on the lines now. Now, it's Q&A today. We said we had Q&A with Natalia. We've already had a few Q&As in our first hour, and we're going to bring you a couple more. We can squeeze some more in now. If you do have any last minute ones, text us in 60777. Start your text with James Studio. We might be able to squeeze them in right now or in a little bit. This is from Margaret in Greater Manchester. Good afternoon, Margaret. I hope you're having a really nice day. I struggle when using black wire, as I always have a little bit of copper showing through on the ends. Can you give me any tips, please? Thank you. Really good point to bring up. What do you think, Natalia?
Well, I'm the same, because we used to get a lot of the coloured wire at the beginning, and I don't think it was as good quality as the one we've got now. So I used to always struggle with that, because like I say, I was a bit rough with it. And the best thing to do with that is to tuck the ends in, to find a way to tuck them underneath another piece of wire, or to do spirals that are very tight, so that you don't see that little bit on the end of it.
So for example, if you were to do, say, a gizmoed coil, to actually loop it fully back within, maybe even leave yourself a little bit extra so you can do that securely.
I wonder if black nail polish or something like that would work, black paint.
Or jewellery enamel, you could do as well, couldn't you, black? Or, of course, we do have as well the nylon jewel pliers. They're back in. I don't know if you saw them yesterday, Margaret. It's the first time we've had them back in. We have still got some available for you, so do have a little nosy on our website, because the nylon jewels, of course.
I'm just thinking now of a tip. I'm not sure which wire expert recommends this, but wrapping the end in masking tape when you cut, and it protects the end from flaking, because it's not right up against the metal. So try that when you're actually cutting, to wrap a little bit of masking tape around the end of the wire itself.
Really good tip. So you'll wrap the masking tape, but you'll snip where the masking tape is.
Yes.
That's a really good tip. So thank you, Margaret. A few good ideas for you there. Thank you very much for sending that in. Let's have a look at another one. This one is from Laura. Hi, Laura. Hello, Natalia and Becky. I am having a fight with my copper metal clay. I have used the clay and added small amounts of the glycerine or water, but the rest of your text is cut off, but I can't. Still having problems. Okay, so it sounds as though you're having problems with the clay not being in the kind of condition you want it to be in, because I know that's a common problem that I come across in my workshops and people texting and emailing me about. The trick is to take off only the amount of clay that you want to use at a time, and add a tiny bit of glycerin. I would avoid using water, use glycerin with copper clay. And then roll the clay out in between a piece of cling film, because it will be a bit tacky and messy. Yeah. And just be patient with it. Just keep rolling and rolling, and gradually you will work the glycerin into the clay. When you roll it out, if it still looks a little bit crackly, just keep rolling it, add a texture to it, wrap it up again, and then roll it again, and you'll get there with it. But you just have to have a bit of practice.
That's all I can
practice
say.
and a bit of patience.
Yeah.
Thank you for sending that in. Laura, we do have some of your metal clay coming up for you in a little bit. Not just the starter pack, but we've got some extra for you. So keep your eyes peeled for that, because that'll be really soon. And another one, this is from Deb, says, afternoon. I use black marker pen to cover the ends.
See?
Deb. It's a great idea, isn't it?
Yeah, we should ask the audience, because they've got all the answers.
Ask the audience.
Yes,
Definitely. That's a really good tip, Deb. It's a simple, and it's little things like that.
It's simple.
Which are such great tips that sometimes you just wouldn't think of.
Yeah, definitely.
Would you?
Yeah. Well, we didn't. I didn't.
Well, we didn't. No. Thank you for sending that in, Deb. That's really helpful of you. Yeah, go on, Kirsty. What did you say? Coming up after the break, we have got your challenge. How's that going so far?
It's going nowhere, but it's going to happen now. I can give my full attention to the challenge.
So you haven't started it?
The Labradorite is going to be in front of me, and I'm going to work.
You literally have 42 minutes.
Got 42 minutes. Oh, ages. Absolutely ages.
Right, what a pro. Coming up after the break, we don't only have that, we have your one-stop shop, your last ever chance to own our metal clay starting kit, as well as many other goodies, strands galore, and some hidden extras in there for you. So do not worry, stay exactly where you are. We've got plenty of goodies. If you have any questions relating to anything else that we've seen on the show or metal clay, you know how to get in touch. We'll squeeze in a few more questions for Natalia after this short break.
Come and join in the fun with international art clay instructor Natalia Coleman as she teaches you the basics of making personalised rings from silver clay. During the course of the day, you will learn how to create your own rings, add texture and decoration, finishing and polishing, and how to add colour to your finished piece. The full course includes use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet our presenters, and have a chance to visit our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $99.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you. JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Louise Jacobson for our Wirework Rings DVD. This DVD contains a step-by-step guide on how to use a ring mandrel, create single and double stone rings, cluster rings and much more. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Once the gemstones leave the laboratory, it's then down to the quality control process. This is a really stringent process which is completed by Raleigh and by Ithaca. Random strands are taken from each one of the lots and you get the average size, carat weight and length of each strand. And this is done so that you know the information that you see on your screens is correct.
It is easy to donate to the charity cycle ride. Donate now by calling the contact centre or by clicking the donate option on our website. And thank you.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. This is our one-stop shop that we're entering now. You'll see this lined up beside me. This is coming up for you really soon. It's your last ever chance to own our metal clay starter kit. So that'll be coming up for you really shortly. In this time, I've got for you strands, DVDs, I've got metal clay of all sorts and varieties. My earpiece just fell out then. I've got so many goodies for you in our one-stop shop. We're going to kick off. Where should we go, Kirsty? Not kick off like, kick off, I'd be scary in a fight, wouldn't I? No. Go on, kick off like start. Let's do some Amazonite hearts, shall we, for Valentine's Day. Let's get ourselves in the love and feeling mood. These are beautiful faceted hearts, Amazonite, really pure colour here. 140 carats worth in total, and these are 10 mil. Natalia, what would you think of doing with this strand?
Well, you know, we're talking about metal clays, and that colour goes so well with copper clay.
Really?
Yeah.
And like is it bakeable?
No, but obviously you would make yourself a beautiful pendant, yes, or a pair of earrings, and then, you know, put those with it. And the colours together, you know, the pinky tones of the copper with that green, just marriage made in heaven.
I think you're completely right. Yeah, I can really see that working stunning with these. So it's a really lengthy strand. You've got a whopping 140 carats worth of it in total. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? In our one-stop shop today, your price is just £9.95. It's a beautiful gemstone with a lovely depth of colour. Tray unisex, perfect for Val Day. £9.95 for you. We're going to be nice and fast through this because we'll have plenty of time to get through that for you. Okie pokey. Let's have a look at a real mix of colour now, shall we? This is your rainbow pyrite. These are your centre drilled, and they'd almost be described as your centre drilled drops. They've got the beautiful rainbow tone across them. If you're wanting to get maybe a good judge of the type of colours we're getting here, you know when you're at the petrol station and you see someone's dropped a pool of diesel or petrol on the floor and you get these tones, it's that kind of appearance we're getting. And it's actually that kind of appearance, intensely so, because of the way they just blend as I'm spinning them. It's sort of hard to tell where one colour starts and when another one ends, isn't it? There's no clear banding, no clear lines. It just beautifully almost melts into one another. 140 carats worth you have of these drops. 6 by 10 mil, each of them individually. Pyrite, of course, it's known for its beautiful metallic effect, its metallic lustre. It's also known because, you know, it's been used within armour, within guns, because once it's struck against in the correct way with another type of metal, it creates these sparks. And it's got that beautiful sparky tone reflected within the colour of this. It's beautiful. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? £8.95 is all you're going to be paying for this entire strand. It's a beautiful mixture of tones. It's fun and it's bright without being too in your face. Get this home, work this into some beautiful pieces to really capture the eye. This is a pair of drop earrings. Not only would take you moments, but it's something that would be really eye-catching, and with the movement, I think it'll be something extra you can see. Absolutely plenty on this strand, 140 in total. £8.95 is all you pay for this today. Let's do the Metal Clay Starter Kit DVD. So, this is your Jewellery Maker DVD. We're going to give you the Metal Clay box with all the goodies soon. But first we're going to give you this, the DVD. All you need to know. Introduction to Metal Clay. Now, Natalia, you know very well what's on this DVD, so why don't we come across to you? Let me know about where this is pitched.
Well, it's pitched at anybody who is has never opened a packet of metal clay before. So it takes you from getting your kit, all of the things that are inside it, how do you get started, preparing your work surface and everything, and through to making a couple of projects.
Brilliant. So really great for beginners, but also wonderful if you just need a refresh.
Yeah, if you bought the kit a while ago, you've been on a course already, but you know you haven't had time to use it, it's a really great way of just recapping on what you've learned, just a sense check really to make sure that you're going to do
You're in the right place.
Yeah,
that's wonderful. It's your introduction to metal clay. You know the price of our DVDs, £4.95 for you today. It's around an hour's worth of goodies taking you through step by step. It's really useful to have, especially if you want to get your hands on for the last time our starter kit today, which will be coming for you really soon. £4.95 on this today. Have a little look at some pictures that the wonderful director Tom has just rustled up for me of some pictures of what you can do with metal clay. Oh, that's stunning little charm drops there with the wording imprint. We've got some texture stamps coming up for you in a little bit, which is how you create this look that you're seeing here. It's beautiful, high polish. This beautiful pendant as well. Again, using your stampers. We have got the textured sheets coming up for you in this hour. And finally, oh, that's nice, isn't it? Kind of organic feel to it. Really beautiful. Those are the types of things that you can create. Possibilities are endless, really. Get yourself started for £4.95. Hey Natalia, take a walk on the wild side.
Yes, that's right.
I love this. Animal print textured sheets. These are the pictures of exactly what you're getting. I'll get them out for you so you can have a look. So Natalia, these are your beautiful textured stamps, aren't they?
They're really fun because I love animal print, and I couldn't find any textured stamps, and I thought, so I'm going to design my own, and that's what I did. And so I designed a zebra print. I love zebra print. I've got a footstool in zebra print, my hand towels at home. And then of course, who doesn't love a leopard print? That's, you know, it's, every girl needs a bit of leopard print in her wardrobe.
I completely agree. I completely agree. So you're getting 2 of these textured sheets, and these are perfect for your metal clay, but also you can use them in polymer. And
use them polymer and gem art. You can use them as a stamp for the surface of shrink plastic as well, with a bit of ink. So the rubber that I've used on that is really high quality rubber. So it picks up the fine detail of the pattern as well and goes into the clay. And it's a little bit of a thinner, less depth to the texture, because sometimes a lot of the texture stamps that are out there, they're not good for metal clays because they're too deep.
I see. And they've even got a little by Natalia section at the top as well. So if your name's Natalia, double win.
Lucky you.
Now let's have a little look, shall we, at your web price. £14.95, but we're having a mini special of metal clay today. For our farewell long lost friend starter kit, we're going to do you a little price slash. Not £14.95 today, it's just £9.95. That's a hefty price slash actually, isn't it? £9.95, that's all you're going to be paying for this today. You can pour jewel enamel onto these as well, can you, Natalia?
Yes, you can, because jewel enamel is fantastic, it doesn't stick.
No.
You just lift it up. Or you can press it onto the jewel enamel. And actually, you know, I'm not sure the lady, what the lady's name was that launched the actual enamels that you bake in the oven. The ones for metal, she used one of the rubber stamps on that. Ooh. I don't know how she did it. I only caught the end of the programme and she was showing what the actual design she'd done with them. The F colour.
Is it that Echo?
F colour.
Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. Ooh, keep my eyes peeled.
Yes.
Right. So £9.95, really versatile, discounted price for you today. It was £14.95, few quid off, just £9.95 for you. It's my favourite colour. It matches my sofa perfectly. And this will go along really well with that question the lady asked earlier about your coloured wire and the black, how you hide the ends. We've sorted out how to hide the end of it now. You've got your purple 1mm wire here, 100 metres worth. You can see it's your 1mm, malleable, yet really strong. It's 1mm. What do you like to use 1mm for, Natalia?
I like 1mm for decorative wrapping of, you know, big slabs of gemstones. It looks fantastic for that. Also making rings, I like it for that.
It's useful,
yeah,
gauge, isn't it? And what do you think of this purple tone?
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's absolutely fantastic. And the thing is, sometimes the brighter colours, they can just be a little bit too shocking if you're using them as a decorative element or as a shank for a ring. Whereas purple's a neutral tone. It's a little bit more jazzy than the other neutrals, but it's still neutral nonetheless.
I do know what you mean. It's a really beautiful aubergine tone. It's a little bit brighter perhaps than your aubergine. Think your Zambian amethyst. That's the colour we've got here. It really is. That beautiful Zambian amethyst colour, that's the tone we've got. Let's take a look at your 1mm, 100 metres purple price, £27.95 for you today. That's all you will be paying for 100 metres worth. Now, we've had lots of people asking about this, so I'm going to bring it to you for the last time ever. It's my star buy. We've had it in for a while, haven't we? The starter kit. This is the last time we're going to bring this to you. Once this is gone, this is seriously gone. It is being discontinued from JewelleryMaker for the foreseeable future. We'll still be bringing to you metal clay. We'll still be bringing to you heats, your blocks, your storage box, but we'll be doing it separately. This is your last chance ever to buy it all in one. Because of that, we're going to say a very fond farewell to our good friend the Metal Clay Starter Kit by giving you a wonderful price. But first off, let me talk you through everything, shall we? Well, we've got the expert in, so let's go ask her, shall we? I'll show you everything you get. Of course, you get your heating block. You'll get your torch, you get your display case, it's all nicely kept within there. In here, you're going to be getting your instruction manual and all of these goodies. You've got your Teflon sheets, you've got your roller base. I've got a really itchy eye, hang on. I've also got your clay balm, which has a beautiful lavendery scent to it. You've got your roller and your acrylic roller and your cutter, your fern foam. You've also got here your brush, your H2O water pen. As well as this, you're going to get your JewelleryMaker playing cards. Not just great for the airport, but also wonderful for this. You're going to be getting your little 3 different sanding pockets, pads. You've of course got your metal clay as well. You've got your copper and your bronze as well. A whopping 100 grams of each of these. I will get it all out on the desk. What are you talking about, Kirsty? I've got skills. You're getting your little cutter. You're getting your pickling powder. 150 grams of this in total, and you're getting your wire brush as well as your pincers as well. Very, very handy, very useful. And you've got a cutter. Yes, this is the cutter. I showed you it earlier, didn't I? So let's go through the things that people might not recognise. If you've got the silver clay kit, or you've seen it before, it's similar, but there are a few differences to it. So for people, Natalia, who perhaps haven't seen this before, haven't got a clue what this is, we've shown them some examples. Just talk us through, for a complete beginner, what some of these sections are. So, the metal clay itself.
Metal clay itself, you get 100 grams in each of those packs, which is wonderful. It's going to go such a long way. I've been making a lot of projects recently in copper and bronze clay, and I've been using such a small amount for them. You know, typically a big chunky pendant, you're talking about 10 grams. So you can get about 10 pendants out of one of those packs, which is why it's important just to take off what you need and not let it dry out. You've got the pickling there, so you might be thinking, what's pickling? Well, pickling is a special pickle solution, and pickling, what it does is when copper and bronze are fired, the action of the heating up of the metal and then the oxygen in the air makes the piece attract fire scale, so you get this kind of crusty layer, and you have to get rid of it using an acid, which is what pickle is. But this is a safety pickle, which is made from fruit acids, so you could actually put your hand into the solution and you wouldn't burn your skin. So you just put that in some hot water and put a tablespoon of that into a solution of hot water, and then you pop your fired pieces into it.
I can see. So what would you use, say, your beautiful scented balm for?
The scented balm, well, copper and bronze clay don't stick as much to the surface you're rolling out onto, which is the good news. But the clay balm's really good for putting onto the surface that you're going to roll your clays onto, just adding a little layer onto your mini rolling pin and onto your hands as well, to stop the clays from getting into your skin.
I can see. You can use it on your stamps as well, can't you?
Yes, on your rubber stamps. Really important, that one, actually, because the stamps do stick to clays.
And what about your H2O pen, your brush?
Yeah, well, that acts, it's a little bit like a fountain pen. So the barrel of it unscrews. You just fill that up with a little bit of water, and then you've got a brush at the other end. So your brush is wet all the time, basically, and you just use it to smooth areas. You can seal two pieces of clay together. It's really useful.
And then how about my brush here?
Okay, so after you've fired the piece, you've put it into the pickle, it comes out of the pickle, you've removed all the fire scale, and you need a good hard brush to remove that and to reveal the copper or the bronze metal colour after you've fired it.
That's the fun bit, isn't it?
That's the
alchemy.
Bit. That's the bit where we get to see the metal and say, I'm so clever, I made this.
Ooh, and ah. You've got your cutter and your roller as well.
Yes, you've got a little cutter. So you know that necklace that we saw on the screen with the little charms hanging off it? That's
the first one.
Yeah, it's got really nice little size there.
You've got your perspex piece as well, haven't you?
Yes, you can use that for rolling ropes of the clay, or you can use it for squashing the clay down or transporting pieces of clay, letting it dry on there.
This section does come off as well, the backing does come off, it's just to protect it.
Yeah, it's just brown paper.
And you've got your 3 different grades of your file.
Yes, so those are
sanding.
Yes, sponge sanding pads, and they come in different gradients of grittiness. So you use them and you work down in terms of the smoothness or the grittiness of them. Before you fire the piece, you need to refine the edges, make sure that you get rid of any kind of imperfections and rough areas before you fire your copper and your bronze. And
possibly the unsung hero, the JewelleryMaker playing cards.
The JewelleryMaker playing cards, you see, they're branded, beautiful playing cards. But I use playing cards, you know, you can get proper slats that are different thicknesses, but I love playing cards. You just take them together. I recommend to roll to a thickness of 6 playing cards minimum to get a nice thick piece of metal. You can use them as cutting tools as well.
That's really useful, isn't it? So that's a little explanation. I forgot about the heater as well, my blowtorch. Tell us exactly what to do with this.
Well, we've got a blowtorch there and a firing brick.
And your firing brick,
so you would fire your dried out pieces of clay that you've refined and you've finished them, and you pop them on top of the block and fill your gas torch up with gas. You do need to buy the gas because we can't actually sell the gas, but it's a propane butane mix that you can get from any DIY shop. And you just fill your gas torch up and you begin to fire. So you need to fire with that for a minimum of 10 minutes. And if you're using it, this is to get you started. So this is a small jeweller's torch. It's hot enough to fire copper and bronze clay, but you do need to keep your pieces no bigger than the size of a 50p piece.
I see, that's perfect. Thank you very much for your explanation.
You're welcome.
So these are all of the goodies you're going to be getting. All of this that you can see here, including the display box, which we've sold separately, haven't we? I think they've sold for £6-ish, haven't they?
Yes, I know.
Separately. They're a really great little box to keep all this nice and neat, but also as a display case, they're beautiful with the glass base as well. Now, let's have a little look at your price, shall we? £64.95 is our current web price. Don't forget you get your instructions as well, so if you've just missed that bit, don't be alarmed. You'll get huge amounts here. It's really easy to follow. Now, it is our farewell show for this. It is our goodbye. We're not going to be doing this as a whole ever again. So if you've given yourself maybe a New Year's resolution, or you just want a bit of a change from your usual jewellery making habits, this will be the last time that you can get your hands on this as a brand new skill, all-in-one wonder. Therefore, we're going to give you a wonderful price. It's not £64.95. It's just £44.95. It's a fond farewell that we are offering to this wonderful kit. £44.95. You have got such a set of goodies in this. It's a £20 off saving that you have with this today. And at £44.95, it is very sad to say goodbye to it as a whole. We will still be offering you these goodies separately, but we're doing it at such a standout price. I want to let you know that that price is about £15 better than staff cost. So even if I went to buy this now, I would be paying £15 more than that. That's at staff cost. This truly is clearance price. I think I will be quite safe in saying I have never brought to you such a wonderful deal on something. This truly is your wholesale deal at £44.95. If you're watching this and you're wondering, oh, what do I do with it? Kirsty's just said, flash the DVD. Because Natalia's just explained a lot of information, hasn't she, about how to use all these. If you missed that and you think, don't worry, the instruction book is there, but also at the bottom of your screen in a moment, you'll see my DVD comes up, and it talks through every single thing in here, doesn't it, Natalia?
Yes, it does, yeah. We don't demonstrate the firing in the DVD, but we have an introduction to metal clay that is free to view on the website.
Brilliant.
So you can see that live firing on there.
Brilliant, so you can have a look at the live firing, but it tells you how to mix it all, how to use it, all the steps and everything on this DVD. It's coming in £4.95, bottom of your screen right now. There's absolutely loads of people have this in their baskets. Not all of you are checking out though, which, if I'm honest, is a little bit silly. Because, honestly, right, Kirsty says, do your checkout story. I will. You're in the supermarket, right, but I'm going to put a twist on it now. There's a twist. You're in the supermarket, okay? It's the day before Christmas, otherwise known as Christmas Eve. Okay, Christmas Eve, manic, crazy, everywhere. It's going absolutely loopy. You've got your trolley. You put in there a turkey, cranberry sauce, all of your goodies, your gravy. What else do you need on Christmas Day, Scott? Food. Yeah, that's the theme. Brussels sprouts, perfect. Crackers. Crackers, exactly. You've got your crackers. What else do you need? Christmas pudding. Perfect. You've got all of that in. It's Christmas Eve. The tills are about to close. And then you just walk away from your basket and go home for an hour or so. And then hope that it'll still be there. Well, it won't. Do you know why? It's Christmas Eve. You're not going to have all these goodies in. The turkeys are nearly gone. I.e., that's what's happening with this. This is your Christmas day right now because it's your last chance to get your hands on it. Please check out your basket because otherwise someone will be having all of these wonderful goodies for you. £44.95, £20 saving. Do not let someone pinch your last sprouts out of your basket. Let everyone have a go, take this home, try it out. Even if you at home have been doing this for a little bit of a while and perhaps you're thinking, I'd love to teach someone else how to do that, I'll have to buy all the components separately. That could skyrocket your price, seriously. The reason we put this kit together is because value for money wise, it was the best way to start this craft by miles, and that's why we started it. That's why we do deals like this together. It's coming to an end. We can't do it anymore. And because of that, you'll have to get it all separately. You've got this. This truly is your one-stop shop. It really, really is. This is like on Christmas Eve going and buying a hamper that's already got all of those things in it. You don't have to go to one aisle for your Brussels sprouts and another aisle for your Christmas pud. It's all here in one place. With a £20 see you later saving of just £44.95. It is a fond farewell and it is a really fond price. £20 saving, yours for the last time ever. £44.95. I'm going to move these out the way for you. Checking out your baskets is imperative on this. I have got a couple, but not that many of these available. I've got a fair few. I'm in double figures. Yeah, I'm in double figures. I can hand that to you, my love. Thank you very much. So it's a £44.95 saving. That's a wonderful star buy price for you. Whereabouts are we heading to now, Kirst? Let's do your other textured stamper, shall we? Ooh, this is the one with the words on.
Yeah, that's one.
Explain to me what made you put these ones together.
Well, there are rubber stamps out there that have words on there, but you never know what they say, and they're not personal to me. So my next set of rubber stamps that I designed was my favourite things. So I love butterflies, so they're my favourite things. And then the words, the text on there, it's all my favourite things. So it's things like walks on the beach, and moonlight, Christmas morning, my pussycat's whiskers, hot chocolate.
Julie Andrews has got nothing on you with these, has she?
I had a lot of fun putting that together.
That is so much fun. You'll be getting two of the stamps, one of the words that we're speaking of, and then this one is your beautiful butterflies. Is that one of your favourite things?
It is, yeah, butterflies, because they're just so beautiful, aren't they? And they represent freedom and new beginnings and things like that.
Again, really versatile. The words themselves are beautiful. Let me pick out a few of my favourites. Ooh, a comfy bed, log fires, sweet lemonade, bathing, good times, midnight sky, pretty flowers, green fields. Absolutely wonderful words that you have on here, and you can use it as a whole section, but of course you could just pick out your favourite one or two, couldn't you?
Well, you know, a gentleman came and did the workshop, and one of them is dancing in the moonlight. And he actually picked the phrase out, and he made a long talisman with the words dancing on moonlight on it.
Oh, that sounds
And he had a little
wonderful.
pearl hanging on the end of it and made it for his mum.
That sounds really nice.
Yeah.
I love the sound of that. There's a mixture you can do here. Let's have a look at your web price. It's £14.95 on our website. But as we said, we're saying a fun farewell, a little bit extra for you today. £14.95 is not your price today. It's just £9.95. That's all you're going to be paying. You get the two textured sheets. We've talked about how versatile the two of them are. You can use them for your enamel, your polymer, your metal clay. You can even use them, could you, for say card making?
Yes, definitely. You can use them for paper crafts, and I had some people actually test them out and produce examples of different things. So I had jewellery makers, and Rachel Norris did some designs with them, but there was a lovely lady and she did a load of cards with them, and they were wonderful.
I have bought so many stamps for my card making in the past, and also I do a lot of memory books as well, lots of commissions on memory books for many, many years. And the word stampers and your texture stampers like this in shops can be so high priced.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think it's lovely, especially with the pretty words on this. You've got so many words on one sheet.
Yeah, it just makes it more interesting, more personal, doesn't it?
It really does. £9.95 for you today. Get your hands on all these beautiful words and the pretty butterflies for just £9.95. Let's bring the ring mandrel to you now, shall we? We've got in here your ring mandrel. You've got your little case, really, and you also have your actual mandrel itself. On here you've got all of your letters. That's for your actual sizing. However, the amount you can do with this is so much more. Swoops, loops, floops and hoops you can make with this. You can hammer onto it because it's got the strength there. Natalia, metal clay rings. How would this come into play?
I would use them after firing for metal clay rings. I use a wooden mandrel for forming a metal clay ring, but after firing that's really handy because the clay warps and twists during firing, so your ring might start out being perfectly round, but then after firing it might be a little bit wonky. Yeah. Just pop your fired ring on there and get, you can use the ordinary hammer that we have with hammer and block. Just cover the end with a piece of fabric or some masking tape, and then you just slide your ring on the mandrel and tap, 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 and you get a perfectly round shape. Yeah,
that's wonderful. There's a wealth of goodies you can create with this. It's one of those things that if you've never owned a ring mandrel, because maybe you use things like, I don't know, a wooden spoon handle or something, and you think, well, I don't need it. It's one of those tools that before you have it, you can see, oh, I don't know if I'll need it. But once you do get it, you wonder how you ever lived without it. Because you can create some beautiful shapes on here, not just for sizing your rings. It's really not. It's an absolute wealth on here that you can do. Let's have a look at your price, shall we? £8.95 is your current web price. Let's go lower, shall we? Why not? £8.95 should be your price, and it's your current web price until now. It's just £5.95. Wowzers, I brought this to you at £6.95 before, and I thought that was a cracking deal, but £5.95 is definitely very special. This is your chance to give it a go. Do you know what? If you get this home, maybe set yourself a challenge of 5 different things to do with it. Maybe size a ring on it, make a piece concave. What about using a technique to create earring posts with it, or create some chandelier-like findings, and then maybe use it to create loops. Give those 5 things a go. Within the next 30 days, if you don't like it, send it back. But if you give those 5 things a go within the 30 days, I think your mind will be changed as to how much you need this. It's my challenge to you today. Give it a go. If you don't like it, just send it back. No quibbles, no questions, money back guarantee. But it's one of those things. It really is. Once you get it, you'll know exactly what I mean. £5.95, your test it out price today. And you get your little case, which is really handy. Now, if you have done already your metal clay, or you want some more, we're going to bring it to you separately now. This is your bronze copper clay. It's your rapid and low fire 100 grams bronze clay. I absolutely adore the beautiful leaf on the front of this. Natalia, what would you say is the main difference between this and the copper?
Well, the bronze, it's actually got 89% copper and 11% tin. So it has a slightly more golden look to it when it's been fired. It has that kind of rustic, earthy, I don't know, just very vintage kind of look. Yeah. Whereas the copper's quite bright, has a salmon pink colour. As you can see from the leaf, it has that yellowy tinge to it, which is really lovely.
Stunning, isn't it? It is beautiful. 100 grams you're going to be getting. It's a really exciting, I would say, technique to get yourself into. Let's have a look at your web price. £12.95 is your current price for 100 grams of this. We're going to crash that price. This doesn't happen often. I've never brought silver or metal or bronze clay to you at a price crash. Price crash? Price crash. £9.95. What do you think of that price for this, Natalia?
That's amazing, because we first launched it was $14.95, so that represents a really good saving. And when you think about it, you've got 100 grams of precious metal in there, and it just goes so far.
It's one of those things that I think if you've got the toolkit from us, it's going to be one of those things that once you've used up eventually each of the 200s that you get within there, you'll want to make more. Get yourself some more so that you've got it, because are you like me at home? When you try something new, you don't want to stop. When you try a new technique and you realise how easy it is and how gorgeous it is and how much of a difference you can create with things, yeah? Do you know what I mean? You just don't want to stop, do you? Get yourself this as a bit of a backup, £9.95, so you don't have to stop. I'm going to bring you the copper colour as well now. 100 grams in this. Talk to us a little bit about the copper, Natalia.
Well, the copper clay is pure copper, so it's tiny particles of copper mixed with an organic binder and water that makes it clay-like. And so when you fire it, all of the little particles, they all melt together to create a piece of solid copper. And it has this, on the front of the pack you can see an example of a pair of earrings there, and it has that beautiful salmon pink colour, that wonderful tone. And copper's such a lovely high fashion metal at the moment, so all of the pieces that you'll be making, you know, they'll be in keeping with everything else that you see on the high street.
We were working, Laura Binder I had on yesterday, and she was working with copper with rose gold tones and pinky tones. Do you think they go nicely as well?
Yeah, they do. They're just beautiful. And the great thing about these metal clays is after you've fired them and you've pickled and polished them, you know, if you think, oh, I don't really like that kind of look, that very, very, I don't know, polished coppery look, I want it to look a little bit more antique looking, then all you do is just take the gas torch and just heat your piece slightly and you can change the colour of it.
That's
so,
beautiful.
You know, if you imagine, you know, welders, copper pipes, you know, they have these beautiful colours when the heat catches them, and that's exactly what you can do with the jewellery.
That's wonderful, isn't it? Let's take a look at your web price. It should be £12.95. Used to be £14.95. You know where we're going with this already. It's not £12.95. It's definitely not £14.95. It's just £9 and it's the first time it's happened today. Do you know what that means when that happens? You might not. I'm going to explain it really quickly. People think that I make this up. I swear I do not. So much so that if you joined us a couple of weeks ago when it happened so many times, producer Kirsty, I would say stomped, but she kind of glided in a slightly annoyed manner up and explained to you exactly what happens. Kirsty is now on the phone because every time this happens now she has to ring IT and get the okay, the go ahead that she can put it down if she has to. It's the only way she can do it, but they also get notified every time, and once they get notified they have to then rechange it, so the price cash won't happen again for this product. So the price was £12.95. We rolled it down. £12.95 came back in. You know what price this was going to be because it was going to be exactly the same as my previous one. It was going to be £9.95. However, the only way to fix this bug, we can't now make it £9.95. The only way to fix it is to make it this price. IT are looking at this for you. It can't be £12.95. We've told you the price will roll down. Your price today is just a little bit lower. 100 grams you've got in here. The price will be coming in. IT are squirreling away right now as we speak to try and sort this out for us. So let's have a little look at this. Let's have a look at some of the pieces you can make with this, shall we? And that's with your beautiful words as well. Is that using the cutter that you get in the starter kit as well to create this section, Natalia?
No, what I did was I used just a plastic shaped template. So you know, just like the stationery ones that you get with the circles cut out. So I just chose the one that's the exact shape of my finger.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, the exact shape. That's wonderful, isn't it? This is your other piece that you have working with this colour, and this with the zebra print, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And all I did there was I used a playing card to cut that shape out. So I just bent the playing card and then cut one side and cut another.
It's really handy, isn't it? We'll sort the price out on this for you in a moment. Just whilst we've got this time, how about we answer James's question from earlier?
Yeah, about gemstones.
Now, James asked us earlier on, I don't know if you saw that, he sent a message in just saying, what gemstones can you set into jewellery? Natalia, you've said on our Facebook page, or on yours, on JewelleryMaker Facebook page, she'll upload a list, or we'll get a list from somewhere.
We have a list,
won't we? We'll have one, we'll put it up there.
Silver,
but right now, just
silver clay off the top of my head.
Silver or metals, or
well, silver clay and copper clay, they fire at different temperatures. So silver clay, black spinel, and all the spinels, sapphire, ruby, peridot, denim lapis, and I think labradorite's okay. I'm trying to think of any others. Moonstone is okay. Things that you definitely can't fire: diamonds.
No.
Don't go anywhere near citrine. It's based on the Mohs hardness scale of the gemstone, but obviously diamond's very hard.
Diamond's
it doesn't.
10, isn't it?
So certain gemstones just cannot tolerate the amount of heat for the length of time. They can tolerate hot conditions, but not for the length of time that the silver clay needs to be fired. Now with the metal clays, what we recommend was if you're using a gas torch to fire them, you will need to, as soon as you finish firing, to quench the piece of hot metal into cold water. That stops it from oxidizing and getting fire scale. Now in doing that, if you had a gemstone in place, then you would shock the gemstone and it would crack or it would go frosted. So I don't recommend setting any gemstones into your copper or bronze clay. If you're going to torch fire them and quench them in water, you'll have to fire the gemstone afterwards. If you're kiln firing, it's slightly different.
I see. That's really good. Thank you for letting us know that. The graphics are up. They're here. They're fixed. You're fine. £9.95. Thank you very much, IT, for sorting that out so quickly for us. £9.95 is the price you're paying for this today. The bug is fixed, ladies and gentlemen. £9.95 is your price on this. Not the £14.95 it originally was, not the £12.95 it currently is on the website, but just the £9.95 today. 100 grams worth for you. Where are we heading to, Kirsty McGee? Let's refresh the... Tom's got a picture of it. Okay, let's pop this up. This is just a last chance saloon chance for you to get your hands on the starter kit for the metal clays. We're just going to do a quick recap. That's what you're going to be getting in the post. These are all your goodies inside it. £20 off. And to be honest, with that £20 saving, because we've done that discount on the 2 metal clays today, you could buy those 2 packs on top of that, couldn't you? Wonderful idea. £9.95 those are each, that's it. So you're getting your hands on all of these wonderful goodies today. It's your last ever chance you'll see this. Last ever time. This today genuinely is your last day ever to purchase this. You have got until midnight tonight. But after that, your chances are over. So please do get your hands on this right now. Let's head, before we head over, in fact, to Natalia, let's squeeze in a final star by. Do you notice this person here? Have you ever seen them? If so, call 0800. No. Look at this beautiful lady on here.
Heavily airbrushed, eh?
Oh,
isn't Photoshop wonderful?
Don't. Gosh, what a little beaut. Natalia, you're so stunning, aren't you? Stunning and talented. I could go off you really quickly. This is your copper and bronze clay DVD, and it's Natalia's DVD. In here, you're going to get a selection of all your products and your tools. You get shown how to create dimensions with 2-part flower pendants. You're going to get shown how to fire on here, how to remove oxidization, how to create color. You've got so many different things on here that's going to show you. It's going to be step by step, really easy to follow, including some of those pieces that we've shown you earlier throughout the show. A beautiful, this has a gorgeous Egyptian style pendant on it, which I absolutely adore. It's a great DVD. Your price on this today, with the wonderful Natalia, is just she's coming in with the price. She's on the phone at the moment, just having a little chat. £12.95. The DVD itself has got such a wealth. In fact, just notice there's a list on the back here of exactly what there is. £12.95 is a wonderful deal. However, do you know what? Natalia is on discount today. She's going in the bargain bin. Do you want a lowest ever price ever? You've got it. £8.95 for you today.
Wow, that is the lowest price ever. That seriously is.
Yeah, it seriously is. Yeah, we're not lying. I don't make these things up.
No, I know, but I'm telling you, it seriously is.
Seriously. You get to take home a little pocket-sized version of the beautiful Natalia. You learn how to create all of these absolutely beautiful pieces, all of the techniques you need for the lowest ever. It's never been this price before. £8.95. Get your hands on this today to take a little Natalia home with you. What a great day we've had, haven't we? So many deals galore. Loads of you have got that metal clay clit. Loads of you have got your hands on that kit. And Kirsty's just saying, I wonder if people will send in Wall of Fame. Of course they will send in Wall of Fame pictures for us. We're heading over. Oh, I'm walking out now. No, I'm so clumsy today. I'm walking out. Camera shot. I'm dropping
I'm
things
a bad
around.
influence on you.
Okay, can we blame you,
Disorganised vibes, I think.
This is our challenge. How'd you find this challenge?
I loved it.
Did
I
you?
had so much time to do it. No, it was literally like, all hands to the pump. But do you know, there's nothing like a bit of time pressure to make the creative juices flow.
I agree with that, you know. Yeah, I do agree with that. You've managed to create 3 beautiful pieces.
I did, yes, and I did do them. Were you watching?
Yeah,
it was me. It wasn't magic hands.
No, it wasn't. These are so pretty. You've used in here, don't forget, Kirsty. Which one are we doing first? Don't forget, in this we had your strand of Labradorite, which you've used here so elegantly. What did you do with them?
What did I do with them? I put some head pins through them and I just attached them to, you know, we had all that chain in the bundle earlier on, so I had lots of that left over, so I used a little bit of that chain, and I just thought they just deserved to be sitting on their own, you know, just showcasing a piece of gold chain.
And what did you think of this Labradorite? Was there anything that caught your eye about it?
It's gorgeous. Do you know, it's really funny because I'm standing over here and, you know, you're holding the gemstones up and I'm not looking at the screen. I can just see over there with my really bad eyesight, and I was thinking, oh, that's gorgeous. When you get them in front of you, you go, wow, you know, get these golden tones and these flashes. Absolutely stunning, and it's the kind of thing you just will not appreciate until you open it up when you've ordered it and it comes home to roost and turn into a piece of jewellery.
I could not agree with you more. It really is. This strand in particular, we saw in it loads of gold, but there's also blue flashes as well, isn't there?
Wasn't there? It really shocked me. And those little charms, those in particular, they were like a hologram. Let me tell you, I was going, wow, when I got them.
Aren't they absolutely stunning? In fact, you've used a couple of the charms in these earrings.
Yeah.
What a clever way.
I thought, do you know, as soon as I saw them, I thought they need to be earrings. And it's a little heart on there. Gorgeous.
Look at how seriously high Schiller this piece is.
It is stunning, isn't it? I mean, whoever has cut that is a master. And then to put them with the rose gold, genius. And then, you know, the whole thing, it's beautiful.
It is wonderful, isn't it? And if you've got those other charms from us, you can interchange them, because we've had the other charms throughout the day, haven't we? Maybe have them as interchangeable, couldn't you, perhaps?
So every day you think, what do I feel like I'm going to
Feeling
love
a bit.
today? The Labradorite to wow everybody.
Yeah, because this is really, really exceptional quality. And the way that Labradorite works is the way it's layered up, and that's why you get this beautiful shimmer as the light cascades in between it. In this, you've got blues and golds in one individual charm, haven't you?
I think they should have a health warning, because if you wear those, be careful if you don't want to get noticed.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're not looking so great and you're wearing those as earrings, everybody's going to look at you, aren't they?
So these, yeah, I can see that. So maybe these aren't to be worn if you've got no makeup on.
Yeah.
Or in fact, maybe they are.
Like me, if you're running, you know, just to kind of do an incognito shop, and you always see somebody you know, don't you? So don't wear those, because everybody's going to just stare at you and go, wow, where'd you get those?
So maybe not for your jogging earrings.
No.
No.
You need to go out all the time wearing those, don't you?
No. Oh yeah, totally. Or in fact, maybe if you did have one of those days where you put no makeup on, it wouldn't matter, because people would just be staring at your earrings.
Yeah.
Multi-use here. And finally, up on your screen, it is the rose gold finished copper chain, which you've used plenty of on here, haven't you? $5.95 is a shockingly amazing price.
And I always like to put all the components together just to show that they do, you know, you don't put these bundles together for no reason, they all go together. So we've got some of the Labradorite, and we've got some of the little charm on the end. The whole thing works together.
And now explain to me, because this chain of course comes as one long length, but you've managed to create just a little 2-drop here and link it on. Explain to me how you managed to do that, Natalia.
Just snipped it with my pliers, with my cutters, sorry, and then bend the ring, so they flex really easy and they're nice and strong. So sometimes when you cut these, I've had cheaper kind of chain, and it's very brittle, so when you start to flex it to open it up, it will break, or you think, oh, I better not ever flex that again, because, you know, I'm going to lose it. But this is beautiful, beautiful quality.
Because it's got the strength there that you can snip, mould, change, twist. Because it's just seamless.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
You can't see it, and because you've got the texture on it, it's perfect. So away you go.
Because you can't see that finished end at all, you really can't. And then again, you've just dropped it off. If I show you the back of this necklace as well, if we just follow it up, you've done just a little kiss of Labradorite around the back, haven't you?
Labradorite. So, you know, if you've got your hair up, be able to see it's all, you know,
bit of a sparkle on there.
It's all one kind of seamless piece, working in harmony.
It's nice that you've used all 3 of your challenge in one piece. I always adore when that happens.
You see, you had no faith. You were saying, oh, you've only got 40 minutes, what are you going to do? Hey, listen, look, putting these bundles together, they all just make themselves into jewellery, don't they?
Do the gemstones talk to you?
Yes, but we don't talk about that.
Okay. You should hear what they say behind your back.
Exactly. They're all talking foreign languages, so I can't understand them.
Of course you can't, obviously. £5.95 is the price for this chain. I've only got a handful of these chain left right now, so please do whip them in your basket. Check out right about now to treat yourself. ANAZ 24. Don't forget that Z was missing earlier. We've got it back. It's come back home.
Has the Z gone missing?
It went missing before, but it's come back now. £5.95. Natalia, you are amazing.
Oh, thank you. So are you.
Thank you so much. I've had a lot of fun with you today.
I always have fun with you. It's really, really lovely. And we've got all these gorgeous things to play with today, so it's always a pleasure.
What a treat, right? Kirsty's just saying we do still have some of the metal clay toolkit. Last time you're going to see that ever today. We've got a few of those left. Please do treat yourself, because thing is, even if we have some left over, they're not going to come to you again. They'll be split up and you'll be able to buy the components separately. Truly, midnight tonight, before then, to your last chance to get that kit. So please do treat yourself now. £20 saving, last chance we'll ever see it. Natalia, you're a star.
Thank you.
When are we going to see you next?
I am here next week for a couple of workshops, silver clay workshops next week.
Brilliant.
And on the 17th of February is my next show in the afternoon.
Fab. And your workshops, are they fully booked at the moment? Or?
I think there might be the odd place left. So introduction to silver clay and silver clay ring making next week.
Fab.
Yeah.
So have a little look on JewelleryMaker.com. You'll be able to have a little look at the dates. Thank you so much. 17th, am I with you? I can't think that far ahead, possibly. I hope so. You will see me again on Friday. And who am I joined with on Friday, Kirsty? Mark. Oh, I'm on Friday night. Yes, I'm on Friday night.
Later.
Miss It, Miss Out. But I'm joined with, for the first time ever on the Miss It, Miss Out show, I'm working with Mark. I'm so excited. So I will see you on Friday 5 till 9, isn't it, on Friday night? And don't forget, on Saturday, cannot stress it enough, we've got the wonderful Debbie Bulford for our chainmail part 2. So we will see you very soon. Miss It, Miss Out now. Have a lovely evening. Bye.
Bye.